Bonjour, juste pour faire un petit test avec vous. Voilà, moi je n'ai pas le casque pour vous écouter, mais c'est juste vous m'entendez bien déjà. Voilà.
Oui.
Je vous laisse, je vais vous écouter rapidement. On fait un dernier petit test. On l'a testé avant, mais ça.
1,
je vais le
2, 1,
refaire.
2.
Tu veux que je ne parle pas du coup?
Celui-là, il marche.
Ça marche. Voilà, là tu es sur canal anglais. Hop, en français. Ouais, parfait. C'est nickel, merci à vous.
On va passer le film.
Deux, un, top.
Bienvenue à toutes et à tous, bienvenue à cette première grande manifestation de Way for Space. Way for Space, cette initiative née à Bordeaux, région Nouvelle-Aquitaine, mais dont la vocation est bien naturellement nationale, européenne et internationale. Cette grande manifestation va se dérouler sur 2 jours. Cet après-midi, nous aurons un séminaire consacré à l'économie spatiale, prise sous différents aspects. Je donnerai la parole immédiatement tout à l'heure à Sébastien Rouillon de l'Université de Bordeaux qui présentera cet après-midi et qui présentera en particulier tous les intervenants qui nous ont rejoints, intervenants français, américains, canadiens et autres. Nous sommes très heureux de les accueillir. Certains sont en ligne et je les salue et je les remercie de leur présence avec nous aujourd'hui. Ce séminaire se terminera en fin d'après-midi et demain, nous aurons une journée entière consacrée à un colloque sur le spatial. Le spatial selon Way for Space. J'y reviendrai demain dans la présentation que je ferai de cette journée. Mais Way for Space, c'est quoi? C'est une dynamique qui est tournée autour de la maîtrise de l'espace, du mouvement spatial, de l'accès à l'espace. Et nous aurons pendant toute la journée des réflexions d'ordre stratégique, d'ordre économique, d'ordre politique également, sur la façon dont l'Europe, et la France avec l'Europe, peut se mettre en marche pour transformer, moderniser, faire évoluer son modèle spatial européen. J'aurai l'occasion d'en reparler demain. Ce modèle, nous avons décidé de l'appeler NEXTSPACE, d'où le nom de la manifestation de ces 2 journées. NEXTSPACE plutôt que New Space, dont on avait le sentiment que le terme conduirait à transposer trop directement, trop facilement ce qui se passe dans d'autres régions du monde au continent européen. NEXTSPACE, le prochain modèle spatial européen, sera donc au cœur de la dynamique de réflexion de ces 2 journées. Nous allons, pendant ces 2 jours, quelle que soit la façon dont nous aborderons la question, répondre à cet enjeu majeur des Européens de transformer, de se préparer à un avenir spatial qui sera littéralement différent de celui qu'on a connu depuis maintenant une 60aine d'années, et en particulier depuis que la construction européenne de l'espace est en marche. Alors, aujourd'hui, nous allons commencer par un séminaire de chercheurs. J'insiste bien sur cette notion de recherche qui est très importante. Nous avons mobilisé un certain nombre de personnes de différents continents, je le disais, mais je laisserai Sébastien Rouillon les présenter précisément. Nous allons nous attacher à comprendre les mécanismes économiques qui mobilisent l'Europe spatiale ou qui pourraient inspirer la transformation du modèle spatial. L'après-midi va se dérouler en plusieurs temps, en 3 temps particuliers. Nous allons aborder différents sujets qui, inévitablement, vous intéresseront et nous intéressent, car pour Way for Space, cette manifestation de 2 jours a non seulement pour but de se faire connaître, de diffuser, c'est la première grande manifestation, le premier grand événement de diffusion de cette initiative, mais c'est aussi pour nous une réunion de travail où nous allons apprendre de tous ceux qui réfléchissent sur ces questions d'espace, de spatial, de construction spatiale, et en particulier dans le périmètre qui nous intéresse plus particulièrement, qui est celui de la maîtrise du milieu spatial. Je le disais tout à l'heure, l'accès à l'espace, la mobilité spatiale, le transport spatial, puisque tels sont les enjeux qui nous animent dans ce Way for Space. Voilà, je passe la parole à Sébastien Rouillon de l'Université de Bordeaux, qui va vous présenter tout cet après-midi. Merci Sébastien.
Alors, moi je vais m'exprimer en anglais, donc je vais basculer directement en anglais. J'espère que ce ne sera pas trop un problème pour les traducteurs, qui du coup vont traduire du franglais. Je suis désolé. So, good afternoon everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the people which are there in the room, and I would like to thank also all the participants for their contributions to this workshop on the space economy. I would like also to thank the member of the Space Hub who have made this event possible. Of course, while deploring it, I will not comment on the pandemic situation, which unfortunately disrupted and distorted the organization of this event. As a result, the research workshop will be held mostly remotely, with one exception of a researcher here today. This research workshop brings together most of the economists who are interested in the economics of space. This afternoon, they will present you 8 research papers on a very fast-growing topic in economy. The Space Hub team is delighted if, in any way, this meeting has contributed to accelerate or even initiate the writing of this original reflection in economy. We have chosen to group the presentations in 3 thematic sessions. So I need to change the slides, sorry. No. Well, I will do without the slide. So we have decided to organize a presentation in 3 sessions. The first session will focus on the organization of the space market and its consequences on the business. The presentations will concern both the market of launchers and the market of satellites. The second session will address the difficult issue of the legal rules which are enforced to frame activities in space. The third session will address the issue of the proliferation of debris in orbit and the political responses that the economists recommend to overcome this difficulty. To be noted, 2 breaks of 15 minutes will be scheduled between each of the sessions. Before turning the floor to the speakers, I would like to thank them again for their participation. I hope at the same time that the presentation will give rise to many exchanges and allow everyone to feed their thoughts. I think there is no need to make the presentations of the speakers at this time because we have 8 persons to present and maybe it's better to let them talk. So I would like to give the floor to Victor dos Santos Paulino right now. So it's your turn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sébastien. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Victor dos Santos Paulino. I'm an associate professor at Toulouse Business School, and I'm the co-director of the Sirius Chair, in which we conduct research in business and law applied to space activities. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be there. And I hope that we will have the opportunities to meet again and to organize other events together on this very, very interesting topic, space economy. So today, I'm going to tell you about a research I'm conducting with a colleague, Svein Vidar Gudmundsson. It's a research on the influence of government customers on the diffusion of strategic technology products, the commercial satellites, and it's a longitudinal study. So we cover almost all the space activities in communication satellites, and we try to understand what is the influence of customers on the diffusion of these communication satellites. So first, the motivation of this research. There are several motivations. The first motivation is that satellites, aircraft, sea vessels, and chemical plants, they play a critical role in the grand challenge of postmodern economies. Also, we observe that these products, these industrial products, have customers who are essential for the development. The customers in space economy, they fund technologies with agencies. We have, of course, the NASA, the CNES, Roscosmos, ESA. We have several agencies who fund space business. However, we also notice that such products, the satellites, they demonstrate abnormal market dynamics. For instance, we know that because of protectionism regulations, ITAR, for example, we know that the diffusion of such products is sometimes complicated. So what we observe also is that some scholars, they argue that government customers, they may endeavor to hinder the adoption of strategic technologies, for example, nuclear reactors. So the main motivation of this research is to explore how government customers can hinder the market proliferation of high technology and high-value industrial products, such as satellites. In this research, we have two research gaps. So the first research gap is connected to the diffusion literature. In this literature, so we study the diffusion of innovations, the diffusion of new products, new services, and this literature demonstrated that abnormal diffusion processes can be explained by the influence of customers. For example, customers may be reluctant to share information, they can spread a negative word of mouth, and they can call for regulatory barriers. So the customers, they can influence the diffusion of new products. Also, in this literature, the studies show that the absence of a dominant design is a major hindering factor for mainstream adoption of technologies. However, in this research, in this diffusion literature, we notice a gap that we observe that there is a little research on the influence of early adopters in explaining the absence of dominant design. So this is the first gap. The second gap is connected to technology management studies. In these studies, the scholars, they show that government customers, they can postpone the emergence of a dominant design in the industry when they prolong their innovation efforts. However, in this literature, the gap is that no one was interested in exploring the influence, this influence of customers in the emergence of dominant design on the market diffusion, the diffusion of innovations. So these are our two gaps we have for this research. Now, a few words presenting the empirical background, so the communication satellites market. So first, we need to say that communication satellites market achieved a higher technological maturity and a greater demand than other satellites market. For example, Earth observation and navigation markets, they show a lower maturity, and their diffusion, the diffusion of these satellites, is more complicated. Also, we observe that, I don't see the slides. Thank you. We also notice that this, the dynamics, the diffusion dynamics of these communication satellites, they show an abnormal shape. In fact, we observe that there is a very long introduction stage in the communication satellites market. So this introduction stage lasts several decades and includes a period that started in the mid-2000s, which is marked by a rapid growth in the launches. And this very recent growth is called right now the new space. Okay? But before this very rapid growth, what we observe is a very long let's say, introduction stage that is, let's say, an indication of an abnormal diffusion curve. Another important characteristic of communication satellites market is the fact that this market is demand-driven. In this market, we have very powerful customers, for example, Ministry of Defense, space agencies, civil military organizations, and public-private partnerships. And these very powerful institutional customers, they created the communication satellites market through powerful mission-oriented policies. So these policies are, for example, public procurement with large R&D budgets. Also, export control regulation is part of these mission-oriented policies. And these powerful institutional customers, they influence the design. So they are not just customers, they also influence the design of satellites. And because of that, we do not have standardized products in this market, nor dominant design. What we have is a very large variety of customized products, and these customers, they encourage duplication of products. For example, we have what we call the ITAR-free satellites, which duplicate some US technologies. And also, we have a limited competition in the market. So all these characteristics are created and are explained by the strategy of the customers, of these very powerful customers, which are the Ministry of Defense, the space agencies. And we have, in this market, a second market segment, the commercial market segment, in which we have commercial firms, satellite operators, for example, Eutelsat, Intelsat, Inmarsat. These customers, the second group of customers in the market, they entered after the institutional customers. They represent a smaller group, they have limited R&D budgets, and they have commercial objectives. So it's a very different market segment. Okay, so more precisely, the research question of this paper is to study how government early adopters, so how space agencies and Department of Defense, they prevent the emergence of a dominant design that delays the adoption of technology by commercial organizations, which are, in our case, the satellite operators. So this is our research question for this research. Okay, so a few elements regarding the definitions we need to have in mind to understand this research. So regarding the market diffusion, so usually we consider that the diffusion of an innovation in the market shows 4 stages. We have stage number 1, the introduction, after the growth, the maturity, and the decline. So this is sometimes called the product life cycle also. And this evolution is characterized by the entry of 2 groups of adopters. We have first the early adopters who enter the market because they are interested in the new technology itself and they tolerate primitive and experimental products. And we have a second group of adopters who enter after. They are called the mainstream adopters, and these adopters, they favor solutions which are low cost and reliable. Another thing we need to know about the diffusion of innovations is the fact that the market takeoff results from the entry of mainstream adopters, and the entry of mainstream adopters starts the growth stage. And also, the absence of dominant design plays a central role to explain why mainstream adopters, they do not enter in the market. So when there is no dominant design, mainstream adopters, they do not enter. And then we do not observe a growth stage in the diffusion of the innovations. Regarding the dominant design, which is a central concept in this research, so what is the dominant design? The dominant design represents a turning point that moves industries from customized to standardized products. And also, when we have a dominant design, we observe an increase in the sales. So the dominant design, the emergence of the dominant design starts the era of incremental change
in technology management literature and corresponds to the growth stage of the diffusion literature. The dominant design cannot emerge when the number of product innovations is high and addressing many needs at the same time. So in this case, when we don't have dominant design, we have several local standards, partly compatible, has many niche markets, okay? So we have a fragmented market, and in each sub-market, we have a specific local standard. And because of that, we don't observe usually a growth stage. So dominant designs have emerged in high technology and high value products analogous to satellites. For example, we have dominant designs in nuclear power stations, we have dominant designs in flight simulators, in electricity networks, in radio transmitters and aircraft. However, sometimes we do not have dominant designs. For example, in game consoles, in camcorders, in flash memory cards, we do not have dominant designs, and we do not have also dominant designs in satellites market. Okay, so when we combine these definitions, we obtain two lines of reasoning, and these two lines of reasoning, they lead us to the hypothesis we want to test in this research. So the first line of reasoning is the fact that the higher the technology diversity of the products and the higher the volume of product innovations in the market, the lower the purchase of mainstream adopters. First line of reasoning. The second line of reasoning is the fact that the purchases of early adopters can increase the technological diversity and product innovations in the market. So when we combine these two lines of reasoning, we obtain several hypotheses. These are the hypotheses we are going to test. So the first hypothesis is the higher the technological diversity of the products purchased by early adopters, the lower the purchases of mainstream adopters. H2A, the higher the volume of science products purchased by early adopters, the lower the purchases of mainstream adopters. And the last hypothesis, the higher the volume of R&D products purchased by early adopters, the lower the purchases of mainstream adopters. So we want to test a connection between the purchases of early adopters and the purchases of mainstream adopters. Okay, a few words regarding the methods. So the data we use is derived from the ONUSA register, which includes all the launched objects. More precisely, we look at all the communication, science, and R&D satellites launched by any country from 1960 to 2018. And in this research, our sample is made of 100,000 observations, and for each observation, we characterize communication satellites through different dimensions, such as their name, their launch date, their weight, and also if when the satellite has been launched, we have a strong export control, or if we have other influences of customers. How do we identify early adopters and mainstream adopters in communication satellites markets? So what we use the definition, okay, of these two groups of adopters, and we know that those who adopt the most innovations are the early adopters, and those who adopt not many innovations are the mainstream adopters. Okay, this is called the innovativeness. So when we use this definition, we can say that Ministry of Defense, space agencies, civil military organizations, and public-private partnerships, they represent the early adopters in this market. And who are the mainstream adopters, so those who have a lower level of innovativeness? And in this market, the mainstream adopters are the commercial organizations, for example, the satellite operators. The variables we have in our model, so the dependent variable is, of course, the purchases made by mainstream adopters. So the purchase is made by the commercial organizations, by the satellite operators. The independent variables are the purchases made by early adopters, by Ministry of Defense, space agencies, public-private partnerships. And we have more precisely the number of R&D and science satellites purchased by these early adopters, and also the technological diversity of the products purchased by the early adopters. We also have in our model several control variables, such as the weight, which is a proxy of the price, the launch cost, the export control, the influence of military customers, several control variables. And the model we use for this work is a negative binomial regression model, which is the most adapted for the data we have. Okay, in here we have our results. So the preliminary results, what we notice is that early adopters in this market, in communication satellites market, they represent 68% of the purchases, which confirms that we have a very slow diffusion process, because usually the early adopters, they do not represent more than 25% of the purchases. So we have, let's say, the majority of adopters are early adopters. We also observe that we have a high rate of innovation in this market. So many satellites, they are R&D satellites or science satellites. When we look more precisely to the hypothesis, we clearly confirm the hypothesis we are testing. So we observe a negative relationship between the purchase of mainstream adopters and the technological diversity of the products purchased by early adopters. And we also observe a negative relationship between the satellite purchase of mainstream adopters and the volume of R&D and science products purchased by early adopters. We also observe that all the coefficients of the control variables are consistent and significant. So I'm not going to present in detail the table I'm showing you, but of course, if you want to know more about these results, I can share with you the full paper. Okay, in terms of contributions, so first let's talk about the theoretical contributions of this research. So this research first improves the understanding of the influence of government early adopters on technology diffusion dynamics. We observe that early adopters, they can increase the technological diversity and the product innovations by prolonging their innovation efforts, by duplicating existing technologies, and by reducing the competition in the market. When they do that, they increase, let's say, the rate of innovations in the market and the rate of diversity of the products in the market, which has a strong influence in the emergence of the dominant design. And then, by these actions, the customers, the early adopters, they delay the mainstream adoption of technologies. Another contribution is that we develop a measure of the influence of technological barriers on mainstream adopters. We also improve the connections between diffusion theory and technological studies, because we use this concept of dominant design that makes a link between the diffusion of innovations in the market and the characteristics of the technology we have in the market. We also advance the literature analyzing the diffusion of high technology industrial products, and we think that it's also important because such products, they play an essential role in the grand challenges postmodern societies are facing right now. Okay, regarding the policy implications. So first, this research contributes to the demand-side innovation policies. So these innovation policies, they include regulation, public procurement, and voluntary standardization. What we suggest with our results is the need to align demand-side innovation policies with demand maturity. This is the central implication. We know that space agencies, Ministry of Defense, they have successfully created markets for communication satellites with these policies. However, these policies now, they also hinder the entry of mainstream adopters. So the same policies which created the market, now they are hindering the growth of the market. This is why we suggest that we need to align the policy with the maturity of the demand. And in this research, we suggest, let's say, an approach to implement this switch in the policy. So what we say is that when the demand shows a low level of maturity, it's better to have mission-oriented policies which are going to create new markets. But when the maturity has a when the demand has a sufficient level of maturity, it's better to switch to diffusion-based policies aiming at fixing market failures. And in this research, we also characterize what is demand maturity and what is the sufficient level of maturity we need to have to make this switch. We consider that when the purchases of mainstream adopters are no longer marginal, and when these purchases are hindered by the purchase of early adopters, we consider that the demand is mature enough to observe a switch in the innovation policy. Also, another implication of this research is that our recommendation is to support the market takeoff and the European new space trend. How? By giving more autonomy to the producers, because we consider that the demand is now more mature. And how can we do that? By engaging in more public-private partnerships models. And this is, in fact, what we observe. For example, something that worked with the entry of new organizations in space business, which is the case of the entry of SpaceX. Okay, to conclude, so the key contribution to the literature of this research is that early adopters, so government customers, they can delay the diffusion of technologies to commercial customers, which are, in our case, the satellite operators. And how they can do that? By rising technological barriers. The limitations of this research, of course, there are several limitations, as in any research. So in our research, we examine only the case of communication satellites. We have a global approach. We don't consider specifically the European case or the US case or the Chinese case. Another limitation is that we use proxies for some relationships. For example, the price. We do not measure the price directly. We use the weight as a proxy for the price. So these limitations, of course, they open perspectives for future research. And to conclude, so the last word I want to say is that in this research, we think that we advance the understanding of the influence of customers on the market dynamics of industrial products. And we think that this is very useful to understand what we observe right now in space business, in space markets. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Victor. I didn't say it before the presentation, but we will try to have a 20 minutes presentation and then 10 minutes discussion. The question can, of course, come from the floor here, and the questions can also come from the internet and the other presenters coming next. To begin the discussion, I would like to say a few things. Of course, I'm not a specialist of this question, so I may say silly things, but I try. So to summarize, the idea of the paper is that the fact that the market for satellites was initially dominated by institutional, the fact was that the market for satellites was initially dominated by institutional buyers. So this is the fact. And the idea is that later on, this contributed to delay the diffusion of a standardized and less expensive technology. This is my understanding, and I think this is very interesting. But I would like to have your opinion. In fact, what I don't understand is which actor, in fact, is it the buyer or is it the seller which freeze the market? This is not said in the paper, but what is your opinion? And what are the economic motivations in freezing the market? So these are my two questions about this paper.
Okay. Thank you, Sebastian, for these questions, which are connected and very interesting. So, so the first question is, so maybe I can start with the motivations, and it will be easier to characterize the customers. So for satellites, clearly we don't have, let's say, traditional customers as we could have in other markets, okay? We have customers who express complex motivations, okay? And usually we say that Ministry of Defense, they express a defense and security motive, but they also express other motivations, other preferences, such as political prestige. They are also interested by scientific and technological progress. And we have, when you consider the other group of institutional customers, we have space agencies who are also interested by technological and scientific progress. They are also interested by political prestige, but they are interested also by what we call the macroeconomic benefits, okay? And it's the combinations of these complex motivations that explain the behavior of what we call the customers. But clearly, in this market, we don't have, let's say, the simple customers we can have in the consumer markets, where we have customers who express simple preferences. They express complex preferences and the combination of preferences. So this is what I can say regarding the, let's say, the objectives or the preferences of the customers. I think the other question was more about how they freeze the design. So, in fact, it's with several rules we have in the procurement process. Existing customers, and in particular those institutional customers, they are able, in fact, to influence very specifically the design of the satellites. For example, we have export control. Okay, with export control, we know that we cannot, let's say, sell a satellite with European technologies to a list of countries. We also know that we cannot integrate a US technology in a European satellite and sell this technology to a list of countries. We also know that these customers, they decide for the design rules. So there are several, let's say, quality standards, very specific quality standards in space business. And when we design and make a product for these customers, we have to follow these standards. Otherwise, we cannot, let's say, make a product for them. There is another group of influences of these customers. It's, for example, what we have in Europe is the geographical return. Okay, the geographical return. It's a complex rule that sometimes generates a duplication of existing technologies within several European countries, because every European country has to receive the money is putting in European Space Agency, and sometimes we don't make the choices by looking at the economic aspects only. We also consider political aspects, and this, in fact, also tends to generate a diversity in the technologies. So this is the elements we can put forward.
Thank you very much. We can take another question maybe before leaving to the next presenter.
Yes, thank you. Didier Allary, hello, Victor. I have a question that may appear a bit nasty, but I do apologize in advance. Adoption by classical operators, SES, Intelsat, Eutelsat for SATCOMs of new technology is a very, very big question indeed. My feeling is that a commercial operator will always analyze what brings this new tech proposed by a satellite manufacturer, for example, in his system, and balance that with the economy, the income increase that it may generate, but also by a risk analysis. And this risk analysis will be valued by the insurer. So at the end of the day, if the operator, together with the insurer, is putting a penalty on this design because it is not flight proven, it is not at the correct TRL, it will not be adopted. And period. This is finished. So that if we take this problem by this angle, maybe there is a solution to make this adoption easier, is just to work on the price and the risk. Namely, a satellite manufacturer could say, please embark this new tech in your SATCOM. I will manage on my behalf the associated risk that it may generate. I mean, it's completely stupid, but it opened a new way of having this problem solved. Thank you.
Thank you, Didier, for this question and also this comment, which is very interesting. So I fully agree with you. In this market, the customers, they decide, and they have a very high bargaining power. They can impose many things to those who make the satellites. And clearly, the risk is a central aspect in the diffusion of satellites. If we ask for a risk close to zero, it's almost impossible to observe the diffusion of such technologies because we are trying to use these technologies in an environment surrounded by a high level of uncertainty. So it's difficult to have a risk very close to zero. So I think that the risk is clearly the central aspect. So yes, the commercial customers, they need to accept to take more risk, but I think also that the institutional customers, they also need to be to accept to have more risks and maybe to release some pressure regarding the reliability, the quality, because otherwise it's very difficult for a commercial organization to enter if the price is also very high because of all the, let's say, the rules that that lead us to have a low risk. So I think that, yes, I agree with you, the commercial satellite operators, they need to accept more risk, but also I think let's say the institutional customers.
Thank you. The next presenter is Mathieu Vincieux. Apologize if I don't pronounce it correctly. He works at Harvard Business School, and the paper is the title of the paper is "The Rise of the Space for Space Economy." Thank you very much. You have 20 minutes and then time for a discussion. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Sebastian. And I apologize for having to join remotely. I hope that you all can see and hear me. It is a real pleasure to be here. And I want to say also, I really enjoyed that first paper, Victor. I think you mentioned fixing market failures, and that will connect to what I'm going to speak about. So I'm hoping this first session will stitch together very nicely. And in particular, one of the ideas I think you were reaching out towards at the end there was the idea perhaps of public agencies serving as, rather than the driving customer, as maybe one customer among many for our commercial providers. And that's certainly a common phrase in the US space sector to get at this transition. So it's a really exciting session to be part of. I also, Sebastian mentioned that one hope was that this event would inspire new research by some of us. And indeed it has for me. It's gotten me thinking about some new topics. So I want to thank the organizers for making that possible. Okay, so let me jump in. I'm going to share my screen here. See if I can find my presentation. Sorry, one moment. Go. Okay, great. Okay, so first, before I actually jump into the research proper, let me just warn you for a second, which is that I'm coming at this from the perspective of a theorist rather than an empiricist. So you won't see any regression tables in my presentation. And I want to admit up front that it's pretty primitive theory at this point. So it's really just trying to take a first stab at understanding, structuring how we might think about what's going on in the space economy from an economist perspective, you might say. So that's where I'm headed. And I'm headed in particular for what I'm going to call the space for space economy, but it'll take us a few minutes to get there. Okay, so let me first give you what I think of as just an economist's view of what's going on in the space sector, broadly writ. And for some of you in the audience, I apologize, this may be very old news, but hopefully for some it will be interesting. And even for those of you who spend some time thinking about space, I hope it'll provide some richness for how you might think about it theoretically. Okay, so when I should have said, I'm a tax economist by training. So my training is in public finance and what we're trying to do with economic policy to make society operate better. And a central question in public economics is, what is the role of the government relative to the marketplace? And so when I started thinking about space, that was the first question I started with, which is, should the space program start with the government and add the market as needed, or start with the market and add the government as needed? Right? Who should be the driving force in how we extend human activities in space? And for an economist, the first thing that pops into your head when you think about this question is something we call the first fundamental theorem of welfare economics, which basically is, if you're not an economist, the idea behind Adam Smith's invisible hand, free market economics, and so on, simply saying that under certain circumstances, the market can be quite efficient. And it delivers that efficiency to primary channels. First of all, the ability to aggregate information that is otherwise decentralized through a price mechanism. And so prices are key. And second, that competition provides incentives tailored to supply and demand. So we have competitive dynamics that drive innovation and cause supply to line up with demand, often maximizing efficiency, or at least in theory. But of course, as economists and as normal non-economist individuals, we all know that whatever those conditions might be under the first fundamental theorem often fail. Markets are not as well functioning as it requires. And in particular, Vitor mentioned the idea of fixing market failures, right? That the government might want to come in and do that. In particular, or more in general, market failures characterize many different sectors in the economy. And some terms that might be familiar to all of you are things like public goods or externalities, where markets have trouble pricing different costs and benefits effectively. And of course, whenever there's a market failure, you may justify a role for the government to increase efficiency, to make the market work better, very much as Vitor was talking about. Of course, I haven't said anything about distributional and normative questions. So even if the market happened to be efficient, we might not approve of the outcomes that the market give us. That refers to an idea that economists have called the second fundamental theorem of welfare economics, that only under very specific conditions can the market also allow us to deliver the distributional outcomes that we want. And so this could provide another way for the government to get in and improve outcomes, even beyond efficiency. Okay, so that's starting at the highest first point that an economist might think about. Now, how does this relate to space, right? So let's bring it to the space sector. So up until about 2000, the way I think about the space sector is that it was focused largely on addressing market failures. So in particular, the start of the space age was driven primarily by public goods, national security, maybe national pride. Pretty quickly thereafter, we got also some objectives that were deep in the territory of externalities, so basic science and R&D, as driving a centralized government-led space program. So from the very beginning, space was centralized and run from the government side. And I want to be clear to say this is not a criticism. This was entirely natural. Right? These were the priorities, public goods and externalities. And so it would have been odd, in fact, to structure the space sector starting with the market. It made sense to start with the government. But as we saw over the accumulating decades of the space age, say, up until the early 2000s, the costs of ignoring that first fundamental theorem really started to show. And so we got increased inefficiencies in the sector, cost overruns, lower innovation, and fundamentally, without market discipline for the allocation of resources or to drive innovation, the sector seemed to underperform certainly the dreams that we had in the late 60s and early 70s for what it would have produced by now. And eventually this really came to a head, at least in the US space program, with the collapse of the space shuttle program. So the two accidents, of course, were tragedies in and of themselves, but what they did was lead to the cancellation of the shuttle program around 2010, when the US lost the ability to send its own astronauts into space. And that was really a wake-up call for everyone that something had gone quite wrong. And here's a, I think, very provocative quote by one of the founders of SpaceX. The quote was from 2015, but he was actually referring to about 10 years ago. He says in the quote, "The same aerospace industry that put a man on the moon and defeated the great Soviet threat in the defense of capitalism was and still is operating on a Soviet economic model." And all he's really referring to there is the government-led centralized model versus a market-driven model of space. Okay, so what changed after 2000 when we take this lens on the space sector is that we've seen a major shift towards a more mixed model, again, getting at the public-private partnerships that Vitor talked about in his first presentation. I think of the inflection point here as, at least in the US space sector, as being the COTS program in the early to mid 2000s. And if you don't know about the COTS program, the basic idea here was that NASA decided to put about $500 million into some experimental efforts to drive private space as a backup for resupplying the International Space Station. And many commentators, including NASA, see this as the root of what we all now call the new space sector, and in particular in a revolution in costs of space access. And NASA's estimates itself suggest that resupplying the ISS through SpaceX is only a third as expensive as it would have been for NASA to do it. And then we saw the solidification, I guess you might say, or endorsement of this trend in legislative actions in the 2000s that made it clear, at least from the US perspective, that government wanted to share center stage at some level with the private sector in space. Okay, so I think a pretty dramatic shift, and that's, in fact, why we're all here, right? So you see a surge in the supply of capital and talent and attention to space, such as in this conference, which probably wouldn't have happened 20 years ago. Okay, so that's all by way of sort of trying to understand the structure of what's been changing in space. Looking forward, if we've given up the old model, what's the new model? And how do we, in particular, think about innovation? Okay, so let me suggest, and this is from a paper from a couple of years ago in the Journal of Economic Perspectives that tries to lay out a broad view of the economics of space. And I suggest that we can think of developing and managing the space economy in 3 steps now that we're in this new model. So the first step is really to establish the market, to decentralize. So if we started with a centralized approach, now we want to break that apart and allow more of the decentralized bottom-up market to run. But of course, the second step recognizes that the market failures that were there at the beginning of the space age are in fact still there. It's not that they've gone away. And so we're going to need to address those market failures if we want a truly successful space economy going forward. So the second step is to what I call refine the market or address those market failures. And then the third step gets at the idea that even if that market is efficient, it may not be producing what we want. And so that's going to be tempering the market to align its evolution with social objectives. Now, we could talk about economic concepts or political economic concepts which kind of inform each of these steps. I've already talked about the first one, namely this first fundamental theorem and how it relates to the power of the marketplace. I'm going to talk in a couple minutes about an idea in addressing market failures that I find really helpful when thinking about innovation in the sector and trying to understand how that's happening. I won't have time to talk about the third part about aligning with social objectives. I think this term called the locked-in proviso is really interesting. But fortunately, there's a whole session later on today devoted to property rights in space, so we'll have plenty of time to talk about that. So I'm going to focus largely on the second bucket. And before I talk about the stag hunt and innovation, let me just mention that, in fact, there's a number of market failures in space. So of course, I hinted at a couple at the beginning in terms of public goods and positive externalities. But of course, there are a couple of other major potential market failures in space that we are going to want to be careful about going forward, which I won't talk about specifically. Namely, it's a market that is rife or is likely to be rife with imperfect competition given its high fixed cost structure. I think we already see some nervousness about that in the sector. But then, of course, negative externalities, including space debris, which, again, we'll be speaking about later today. But I want to focus on what I think of as perhaps the most important, at least when we're thinking about innovation and where we're headed in the sector, and that's positive externalities or complementarities across business models in space. Another way that I sometimes think about this is that the success of the business models of most space companies depends on the success of the business models of other space companies. And it's partly because we're creating this new market, but there really is a lot of interdependence in how that works. And the game that I want to suggest is a useful framing through which to see this problem is called the stag hunt. So some of you may be very familiar with this game, others of you may not. Let me just try to walk it through. For me anyways, it's revealing about what we see in the sector today. Okay, so if you're familiar with game theory and diagrams like this, you'll understand what it's saying, but let me just briefly describe it for those who aren't. The idea is that there are two players in the game called the stag hunt, and each of them have to choose whether to hunt a hare or a stag, a rabbit or a deer, essentially. You can hunt hares as an individual and successfully hunt them, but if you want to hunt a stag, you have to hunt with a partner, you have to hunt together. And stags are worth much more than hares. So if we look at this diagram on the right side of my slides, you can see those features reflected. Namely, what you see in this diagram is the person choosing across the rows, so choosing whether to hunt a hare or a stag be in the top row or the bottom row is the first player. The second player is choosing among the columns. And the little numbers in the boxes tell you the payoffs for each of those players. So the 1-1 in the upper left box tells you that if both players choose to hunt a hare, they both get 1. Whereas the upper right box tells you if player 1 chooses to hunt a hare, he can successfully do so. But player 2 has chosen to hunt a stag and fails because he needs a partner to hunt the stag. So the payoffs are 1-0. Okay, the important thing about a stag hunt game, as opposed to what's probably more familiar to many of you called a prisoner's dilemma game, is that in a stag hunt, there are actually two equilibria. There's two places where no player has an incentive to switch their strategy. So in particular, if one of them chooses to hunt a hare, the other one should also choose to hunt a hare. You can see that from their payoffs. On the other hand, if one of them chooses to hunt the stag, it's actually better for the other one to also hunt the stag, and they get the 4-4 outcome in the lower right corner. And so what the stag hunt game really captures is this idea that there might be a tipping point we would all like to get over. We would all like to move from the 1-1 box to the 4-4 box, from hunting hares to hunting stags, but none of us have an individual incentive to do that when we're already hunting hares. It's hard to get over that tipping point as individuals. And so now I want to talk about how this helps me think about innovation in the sector and where we might be headed. So how do you resolve the stag hunt? Okay, so first of all, imagine that the government's getting involved, and the government can change the payoff matrix through subsidies and taxes. So in particular, imagine that the government can subsidize unsuccessful stag hunting, right? So it can say to folks, take that risk, go after the stag, even though you're comfortably hunting hares already. And then it can tax successful stag hunting. And so it can transfer some of the proceeds from successful stag hunts to unsuccessful stag hunting. So then you might get a payoff matrix that looks like the below. So notice it's taken 2 units of payoffs from the lower right corner from the successful stag hunt and used them to, at least in principle, subsidize individual stag hunting in the upper right and lower left boxes. So if you work through that lower payoff matrix, the only equilibrium now is stag. That is the optimal choice for everybody because essentially I've, as a government, incentivized risk-taking. So that might get, in fact, at some of the conversation that Victor was just having about what role might the government play to incentivize the private sector to go for, even better outcomes than it's already doing. But the whole point here is that we're over the tipping point, and in fact, all have won in this outcome, right? The government has also succeeded because it's also benefited because it's raised extra tax revenue. And the government has solved the complementarities that caused the initial problem. So I've been talking about the government, but I think it's really important to realize that this is not just a role for the state, that in fact, the markets are, I think some of the responses we're seeing in the marketplace are in fact well modeled by what's going on here. So imagine a private firm that sees this dynamic. One way for them to accomplish the same outcome is to integrate. right? Vertically or horizontally, depending on how you think about these different, what a stag really is. And so if we think about, obviously SpaceX is the one that I'm sure pops into all of our minds. If you think about the link between Starlink and Starship, and how Starlink, many people are, will say essentially justifies Starship's business model. That type of integration captures those complementarities, and I think is likely to be a continued trend. Another example of that, which may be a little less familiar to some in the room, is Voyager Space Holdings, which explicitly says that its model is about integration to capture different aspects of the space sector and be an operational company that brings together other companies with complementary products and services. Of course, it wouldn't have to be a vertically integrated company because financial markets are also very keen on doing these sorts of things as well. You might imagine a large venture capitalist or venture capital as a sector doing something quite similar, right? Taking a share of the upside to incentivize startups, knowing that many will fail, but nevertheless reducing the risk to each of them. One thing I should note about venture capital in space, which some of you may know quite well, but I think is quite provocative, is that in fact, there are some real obstacles to it working well. So getting back to my point that this conference inspired some new research, I was looking at some data on venture capital, and at least a rough cut suggests that if you look at, say, if you look at late stage investments in venture capital versus, say, series A, B, or C, in general in venture capital markets, late stage are about 50% greater in volume than either of those other series levels. Whereas in space, it's 6 times as great. Okay, so late stage is 6 times as great as earlier stage investments. So what's going on there? I think the natural explanation is that the technological uncertainty in something like the space sector causes venture capitalists to want to wait until later stages when more of that uncertainty is resolved. So we see a bit of a gap in the venture capital structure. So it might actually be hard for venture capitalists to overcome this tipping point problem and internalize these complementarities, but at least that's the kind of thing that we might want to encourage. Okay, so I haven't talked about the space for space economy yet, but that's where I want to go for my last 2 slides in my last couple minutes. So I've been talking about hares and stags in space and thinking about hunting the big game, so to speak, in innovation. What is the stag in space? What are we talking about here as the big win? So if you look at revenue in the space sector, we were just talking about the satellite sector, that's where it all is, right? We all know that 95% at least of the space sector revenue is in what you might call space for Earth, producing services, largely data for use on Earth. And this is revenue, but we're soon, the Bureau of Economic Analysis data on value added, I think will be useful for helping us think in terms of sort of gross product, but nevertheless, it's a reasonable approximation that says it's really all about serving people on Earth right now. And in contrast, what you might think of as the space for space economy, mining, manufacturing, tourism, has really struggled to get off the ground, especially relative to the predictions of, say, the 1970s for where we would be by today. So why is that? Well, obviously, there's technological problems and so on, but one way to think about it, and at least this is me being perhaps optimistic and provocative, but maybe that's worthwhile, is that there just are very few people in space. So it's basically the crew of the ISS at any one moment. And what is an economy if not just people transacting with each other? So I would suggest that a space for space economy, so activity in space for space, is the stag that we in fact are trying to hunt in the long run in this sector. And the implication there being that we need to get more people into space more often for more time. We really want to see innovation in a broad sense. What we do in space, we're going to want people up there. And I think that this has begun at some important level. So if you look at 2020, that's the year when we first accessed space via a private company, supported by public funding, of course, but a private company that is eager to put people in space to pursue their own personal interests. And then that company supply the demand they create. And so now we're not just flying government astronauts, but also private astronauts. If launch costs continue to decline substantially and you get more people in space, it seems to me anyways, that demand for space services will increase dramatically on its own. And this big question we've always had about where is demand going to come from will endogenously solve itself. And of course, in 2021, with commercial space tourism, this sudden rush of interest in stations, of course, driven in part by initial NASA seed funding and substantial expansion of space startups' access to capital markets, for instance, through SPACs, seems to me that we're seeing additional momentum towards this. And so, again, this is optimistic perhaps, but I think we'll look back on these years as really the most important for space since 1969 as the start of a true space for space technology. So I'll stop there with my slides. I'm eager to take any questions and talk about this with all of you, and thanks for your time.
Thank you, Matthew, for this very interesting perspective. Once again, I would like to make a very short summary of your presentation, very, very short. This presentation formalizes the idea of that public intervention is necessary to start a new industry and to coordinate the development of multiple complementary technologies needed. And the author pleads for the emergence of a space for space economy in replacement of a space for Earth economy. So I would like to make a comment and a question. In fact, as you said, your argument is a bit provocative, and I may be too a bit provocative. So the argument and the game is clearly relevant. However, from my perspective, it is interesting to put it in perspective with the belief from a part of the population that the emergence of space for space economy may not be desirable from the social point of view. And this is a very important question from a public choice perspective. If we imagine that the space industry is analyzed as a lobby, having private information and seeking to raise public funds for its development. So it's important because you suggest that we, the public sector, should subsidize this development. And maybe if this is not desirable from the social point of view, it's not a good idea. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Sebastian. That's a really provocative. I love it. That's a great comment, and you're right that it really connects to public resistance, or at least discomfort, perhaps, with some of what we've seen in terms of the billionaire space race. So I think it is a really important topic, and maybe we don't have time to go too deeply into the normative or philosophical sides of this, or the public choice aspects of it, as you suggest. I guess I would share the following perspective, which is that it seems to me this is the type of situation I hinted at, this idea called the Lockean proviso in the talk. And the basic idea there, building on John Locke, and it's a Robert Nozick concept, which some of you may be very familiar with, is that, and it's in the context of property rights, when should we worry, essentially, about the market determining where things go, or about giving people private property rights and the inequalities and injustices that could result? Well, we don't need to worry about that too much if, by granting those property rights, or say by subsidizing these activities, everybody ends up better off in the long run. So in Locke's original context, it was property rights are okay when at least everybody, when it doesn't change the access others have to those resources. In a more modern perspective, it's kind of a Pareto criterion. Can we make everybody at least as well or better off? And it seems to me that the potential for space to yield those sorts of improvements is quite strong. Of course, we could head in a terrible direction. And I mean, I'm an optimist. And if you want to take the pessimistic perspective, there are many things to worry about, whether it's space debris, whether it's the militarization of space, planetary protection. There are real concerns out there. And unfortunately, there are lots of folks, maybe some in the room, who spend their careers really making sure that we're being careful, or that we're trying to be careful about those. So I have no problem at all. In fact, that's the third step, tempering the market, with making sure that we aren't running those risks too hot. But I don't want to give up on the potential upside just for fear that we won't be able to manage those. But it's a great debate.
Agree. Is there another question, maybe from the floor here on the internet too?
Yes.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm Aveline Cloître. Yes, you mentioned the public intervention, and actually I have the feeling that there is an issue regarding supply and demand in the emerging space market. So my question is how public intervention could reveal the demand, because I have the feeling that the space sector is still very in a top-down dynamic, and I was wondering how we can foster bottom-up dynamics. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so as I hinted in the presentation, when I talk to space company execs or investors, this question of where is the bottom-up demand going to come from is the #1 question on their mind. I was speaking with a commercial space station company the other day, and they were asking me if I had ideas about who might want to be their customers. Oh, okay, well, that's not a great sign, right? That's really the companies, you'd hope they'd have a good sense for that. So I think that there is real concern about that. And this is, I will, be totally honest with you, this is where my enthusiasm for or suggestion about the space for space economy comes from, which is that I think one pattern we know is that when there are more people involved, those people have demands, right? They want creature comforts, they want various services. And in fact, if you go to the history of NASA, and there's a wonderful book about the history of NASA by Roger Hanberg, and he suggests that keeping or putting and keeping people in space has in fact been NASA's core mission from the beginning. Now, I think that that's debatable, but I think that it hints at the idea that people who care the most about developing human activity in space and spend the most time thinking about it understand the crucial role of people in driving that flywheel, as you might say, of demand. So that's where this comes from.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Matthew. And it's time to go to the next presentation. This time it's Nadia Adilov who is going to talk. The title of the presentation is an economic analysis of launch cost reductions for LEO satellites. So you have the floor to you. Thank you very much. You have 20 minutes and then 10 minutes questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see if I can share the screen.
Not yet. Yes, it's okay. You can go. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. And I'm happy to be the third presenter because we're looking more at the empirical part. So it follows very well from the previous presentation. This presentation is based on a joint research with my co-authors, Peter Alexander, who's an economist at the Federal Communications Commission, Brandon Cunningham, who is professor of economics at the Eastern Connecticut State University, and Nico Albertson, who is an economics student at Purdue University, Fort Wayne. And the reason we have decided to investigate launch costs is because launch cost reductions, we believe, is a crucial factor affecting space commerce. There has been a dramatic increase in the number of satellites orbiting the Earth. From 2006 to 2021, for example, the number of satellites increased from 827 to 4,550. And one of the reasons for such an increase in the number of satellites is a technological progress, which reduces the cost of manufacturing and launching satellites into space. And with lower costs, there's greater access to space. And launch costs also create further incentives for commercialization of space by increasing the expected return from future projects. And it's an important factor to understand and forecast future trends in orbital space activity, especially as it relates to space commerce. We believe that projecting future activity in orbital space is important. And to do that, we do need to know which way and how quickly the launch costs will be falling. But it's also important for policymakers who are interested in promoting space commerce and responsible exploration of space. Looking into the recent reductions in launch costs, there are several contributing factors identified by researchers. These are improvements in technology, increased competition, reduced workforce, in-house production, and more efficient management and the use of reusable rockets. On this slide, we present data on global satellite manufacturing and launch revenues. You can see that the satellite manufacturing revenues are higher than the launch revenues. And this is pretty much consistent with what typical satellite operators face regarding getting their satellites into orbit. The launch cost is typically the second largest cost for satellite operators after the production cost of the satellite. And the other costs are insurance, well, if you purchase insurance, and financing. Because launch costs have a measurable impact on the bottom line, changes in launch costs can significantly affect the decisions of commercial satellite operators. Common in the literature to estimate costs on a per kilogram basis. And although it's a relatively crude approximation of how the launch costs are changing, we find it to be a very useful statistic. Looking at the different papers and research, we found that two studies closely match to what we're trying to do. We're trying to look at the aggregate price changes for launches and see how what was the rate and in what direction they're changing. So if you look at the study by Futron Consulting from 2002, they look at the average launch prices between 1990 to 2000. From the numbers they have reported in the study, we were able to calculate the launch cost reduction rate during that period. The study reports the launch cost prices to geostationary orbits, and that they have declined from $18,158 per pound in 1990 to $11,729 in year 2000. This is equivalent to about 4.3% annual reduction in average launch prices. And then if you look at this study by Jones from 2018, he analyzed the different rockets and the prices, and he reports that there's a 40-fold decrease in launch costs if you compare the cost of a space shuttle to the cost of Falcon Heavy. When we did the calculations, this corresponds to 9.5% of annual decrease in launch costs. Jones also notes that the rate of cost reductions was larger in 2000s than compared in the previous decade. While benchmarking and comparing price changes from selected launch vehicles can provide back-of-the-envelope calculations, it may not present a detailed picture of the industry. In a given year, what we find is that there's a large variation in launch prices depending on which launch vehicle is used. So, for example, if we take year 2018, you may have a Falcon Heavy, which has $1,400 per kilogram in launch cost to LEO, while at the same time, the Electron, the small satellite launcher, is estimated to have $21,800 per kilogram in launch costs. While such a large variation in prices, we see that it can be sustained because the market price is not the only variable to consider when you select the launch vehicle. So mission-specific parameters of the satellite are also important, and sometimes satellite operators and governments may prefer different launch vehicles for various reasons. Go to the next slide. So let me now talk about the data that we have. So we use the data from the Union of Concerned Scientists, and this data gives us information about the launches and also if the satellite is a commercial satellite or a non-commercial satellite. The most difficult part of this project was finding the cost data on actual satellite launches. We used the public information on what launch costs are, but we do understand that launch costs are mostly private, based on private contracts for satellite operators, which we don't observe directly. But based on what was reported publicly, we can have a good approximation or a good estimate of what these launch costs are. In our data set, we had 3,600 LEO satellites, and we had cost and mass information for 2,657 satellites. Which is 86.8% of the observations that we have. And this level of data granularity provides an opportunity for a detailed look into launch costs. Okay, now let's look at some summary data. Here you can see the average per kilogram launch cost for commercial, non-commercial, and all LEO satellites in our data set. Average launch costs are mass-weighted averages. And you can see that average launch costs both for commercial and non-commercial satellites have declined. However, the costs declined faster for commercial satellites as compared to non-commercial satellites. In year 2020, the average launch cost for non-commercial satellite was around $10,000 per kilogram, while the average cost for a commercial satellite was about 2.5 times cheaper and slightly over $4,000 per kilogram for commercial satellites. And one explanation, or one possible explanation for cost differences could be that the demand for launches is affected more by price for commercial satellites than for non-commercial satellites. Okay, this slide shows us the launch costs on a per satellite basis, and it also shows us how average mass of the satellites have changed over time. As you can see on this graph, non-commercial satellites have a higher mass in general than commercial satellites. And the average mass of satellites has declined over time, but in more recent years, it flattened out. Currently, the average mass of satellites is slightly over 200 kilograms. If you compare it to OneWeb constellation satellites, those satellites are 146 kilograms each. and Starlink satellites are either 223 or 260 kilograms in mass. For non-commercial satellites, the average in year 2020 was 475 kilograms. Because both the average satellite mass and average launch cost per kilogram have declined in the past 15 years, the average per satellite cost has declined even faster. So based on the data set that we have, we observed that the average per satellite launch cost in our data set has declined by a factor of 22. So on a per satellite basis, it's much more dramatic decline because the satellites got lighter. Next slide. So now I'm going to go into more of a technical part of our paper. And to estimate the annual cost reductions, we'll look at the following equation, which is the top equation here. And the cost T here refers to the launch cost at period T. Alpha is the initial cost, the cost level parameter for the launch industry. Gamma denotes the rate of annual cost reductions. For example, if gamma is 0.05, then the launch costs decrease by 5% per year. And T denotes the time variable, and epsilon is an error term that captures other factors that might affect the launch costs. What we're really interested in estimating is gamma, which is the annual rate of cost reduction. And for empirical estimation, we use a logarithmic transformation of this equation. And more specifically, what we're interested in estimating is the log of 1 minus gamma. Okay, so here are the results. The regressions were run both for per kilogram and cost per satellite data, and we ran the regression for all satellites combined for commercial and for non-commercial satellites. So, and I'm highlighting the parameter of interest for us. What we find is that in all regressions, the coefficients of the rate of cost reductions are highly statistically significant, and they're significant at 1% level. And now we can look at the magnitudes of the cost decreases. But to do that, we need to calculate gamma based on these estimated coefficients. Okay. So here in the slide, we present the values for the rate of cost reduction parameter gamma, and the range of parameter values denoting the 95% confidence interval is reported in the parentheses. What you can see here is that for all satellites, the average reduction in launch costs was about 7%. But it was much larger for commercial satellites. So for commercial satellites, it was about 13% per year cost reduction. And for non-commercial satellites, per kilogram cost reduction was about 3% per year. There's much more dramatic change when you look at cost per satellite because the satellites got much lighter. So if you look at all satellites, it's 17.5%. For commercial satellites, 24% annual reduction in per satellite cost, and for non-commercial satellites, it's about 8% per year reduction. So these estimates were based on the aggregate data. Now I'm going to show you the data on tests based on the satellite level data. And they're similar, but the magnitudes of the estimates are slightly different. So for all satellites, what we find is that there's a 10% reduction in annual launch costs. And it seems that the highest reduction in launch costs comes from the satellites between 100 to 1,000 kilograms in mass. So these satellites saw 14% reduction in annual launch cost per kilogram. Interestingly enough, when you look at the satellites which are larger than 1,000 kilograms in mass or less than 100 kilograms, even though the coefficients are of the right sign, what we find is that they are not statistically significant. And one of the explanations that we have is that there's a lot of variation in launch costs for these satellites. So as a result, we are not getting a statistically significant result. And I also would like to note that the cost reduction seems to be a little larger than when you look at the average cost data. And it's because that what the typical satellites see as the launch costs may not be the same as what the average launch cost is. For the purposes of time, I'm going to skip the next slide and go to the conclusion. Reduced access costs to Earth's orbits provide kind of a further incentives for commercialization of space and space exploration. They also increase the number of nations that engage in space activities. And what we found in our analysis is that the rate of launch cost reductions for LEO satellites from 2006 to 2020 on a per kilogram basis has declined by about 7% per year. And this is in between the launch cost reductions that can be imputed from previous studies. For example, Futron study was 4.3% annual cost reduction. And if we look at the Jones, we can impute 9.5% per year cost reduction. And we also find that there's a large variation in launch costs depending on the category of the satellite, and the satellites between 100 and 1,000 kilograms in mass saw the largest decreases in launch cost reductions. An important question is that whether these cost reductions will continue in the future, and if we see a similar cost reductions going forward, then how will launch costs fall in the future? And we did some projections to see how launch costs will change in the future based on the estimates that we have. So here on this graph, on the vertical axis, we measure the launch cost per kilogram in logarithmic scale. And all the costs are in 2020, year 2020 constant US dollars. And we report projections for 3%, 5%, 7%, and 9% annual reductions in launch costs. And we believe that between 5 to 7% annual launch cost reduction rate would be a plausible assumption given our estimates. We also looked at the specific milestones for average costs. So those are $1,000 per kilogram, $100 per kilogram, and $10 per kilogram. And I would like to reiterate that these are average launch costs, not minimum launch costs. At the 9% annual rate of cost reduction, we'll reach $1,000 per kilogram level by year 2037. And when the rate is between 5 to 7%, which we feel that plausible based on our estimates, it will be reached between mid-1940s to early 2050s. Now, if we look at the $10 Now, if we look at the $100 per kilogram launch cost, then we see that there's a greater range for the projections because we're looking further forward into the future. And at 7% annual cost reduction per kilogram launch cost would fall below $100 by year 2075. At a 5% rate, we'll get to that point by year 2095. And if the technology will develop very slowly, let's say a 3% annual rate of cost reduction, then it will take more than 100 years to fall below $100 per kilogram average cost. I would like to highlight here that we're just projecting how the average cost will behave in the future, but it doesn't tell us what specific technology will get us to that point. Thank you for listening to the presentation, and now I welcome any questions or comments that you may have.
Thank you, Nadir, for this presentation in 20 minutes. To summarize, your presentation gives a statistical estimation of the past decline of launch costs. And as results also allow to make projections in the future about the future evolution of the launch cost. I have two very small questions, in fact. The first one is something which struck me when I saw the plot in slide 6. Why is the cost of non-commercial satellites 4 times higher than the cost of commercial satellites in the recent period? Do you have an explanation for this?
Let me check the specific slide. I probably need to share the screen again.
And
so you said the slide number 6?
6, yes, please.
Okay.
So we see in this slide that the cost for
you mean per kilogram launch cost, or
in the recent
you mean this one?
In the recent period, so the last 4 years, the cost for commercial satellites is 4 times less than the cost for non-commercial satellites. So what is the explanation for this? Do you have it?
Yes, I do have an explanation, but I'm not sure how accurate it is, but I think it's pretty accurate. That for commercial satellites, they are more sensitive to the changes in price. They watch the costs, the bottom line. So they're more likely to probably select the cheaper launch vehicles. But if you are a non-commercial satellite, some governmental satellite, then maybe some other parameters become more important than cost. Some mission-specific parameters. For example, if you're launching a military satellite, then, for example, let's say if Russia is launching a military satellite, then they're probably not looking to find the cheapest launch vehicle to launch it. Maybe they're trying. Maybe they have some other reasons. Well, it says some other factors to consider, right? So, and I think this is more of a general explanation that for non-commercial satellites, maybe the cost sometimes may not be the most important factor, or maybe some other factors become important.
Okay, thank you very much. And also, I had another question. It seems to me that destination altitude should be added as an explicative variable. So you have mixed all satellites in LEO, but in fact, you can go at 400 kilometers or 2,000 kilometers, and it's not the same in terms of cost. So why isn't this variable taken into account in your analysis?
It's a very good point. It's some of the avenues that we're considering because based on the data that we have, we first wanted to do the first analysis of how the average costs are changing. But as we started doing the analysis more, we have realized that there's a lot of differentiation between the satellites, between the orbits. So we believe that future analysis may look into this and see if there are any significant differences in prices and changes in launch costs. It's a very good point.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a question from the presenters or from the floor? No, I think there is no other question. So thank you very much. For us, it's time for a break of 15 minutes. So the next session will begin in a quarter. So thank you very much, and we come back soon. Thank you.
Ben moi, c'est vrai que moi j'ai trouvé, ouais. Et puis là, tu les as bien. Oui, là c'était toutes liées les unes aux autres. Voilà, c'était vraiment bien.
Est-ce qu'on peut démarrer là pour les techniciens? C'est bon ou pas? On peut y aller? Okay. So it's time to start the next section. The next session. In this session, as I said at the beginning of this day, we are going to address the difficult question of the legal rules to frame the activities in space. The first presenter will be Bruno Defens and Philémon Pou from the University of Paris 2. And the title of the presentation is The Law and the Problem of Orbital Debris, a Law and Economics Approach. So, hello Bruno, it's your turn. You have 20 minutes. You have 20 minutes, and then 10 minutes.
20 minutes, perfect.
Yeah, okay.
Excellent. So, is it okay with the screen?
Yes, it's okay. You can go.
Okay, perfect. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sébastien, for your invitation to speak during this interesting conference about orbital debris. This is a joint paper with Philémon Pou from Paris 2 University. I'm the director of the Paris Center for Law and Economics, and Philémon is a PhD student at the CRED and the CERSA from Paris 2. So the question is about the way economics can help to design legal solutions to address the issue of optimal debris. First of all, I would like to observe that the question is definitely a very urgent question to solve. Why? Because, as you can observe, and we already discussed this point today, there is a significant and structural change in the issue of orbital debris during the recent period, during the last 10 years, particularly considering the intensity of commercial launches. This is the consequence of the boom of private sector actors that definitely raise new questions about the necessity to change maybe the regulatory framework. So the first point to discuss, in our opinion, concerning the fact that this paper is analytical, but first of all, we try to introduce the main questions related to orbital debris from a law and economic perspective. Maybe the first question is about commons. Why? Just because many commentators consider that the question traditionally belongs to the wide topic of commons. Let me just briefly recap what is a commons. It is a resource, it is a community, it is a set of rules to govern the resource. Observe that the governance question is not about public or private, but something like a third way to govern a commons. The way it has been studied first concerns the work of Elinor Ostrom, who defined some fundamental aspects of common-based governance. And more specifically, I just want to consider the 8 principles that have been identified by Elinor Ostrom to govern efficiently a commons. I will be very brief on that point. First, there is a first principle about boundaries that have to be clearly defined. Second, congruence, that refer to appropriation and provision rules. Third, the design principle about collective choices processes, to be sure that most individuals would be able to participate to the making of rules. Fourth, the monitoring questions, to be sure that monitors could be accountable to appropriators. 5, the design principle number 5 is about graduated sanctions, considering the punishment for those who violate the commons principle. And 6, dispute resolution mechanisms. That is a necessity to be able for participants to solve dispute at low cost. 7, a minimal recognition by higher authority, understand maybe public authorities, that appropriators have the right to self-organize and devise their own institutions. And 8, final principle, nested enterprise for appropriation, provision, monitoring, enforcement, etc., to be able to enforce the governance via commons mechanisms. So, considering this classical view about commons, we just have to look at the capacity of economists to look at space as a commons. We consider, for instance, Whedon and Shaw, 2012, that tried to conclude about the fact that space could be considered as a commons. To do that, they just focus on the design principles, and in their opinion, most of the principles could be satisfied. And particularly, if you look at the liability conventions, the famous 1972 Convention on International Liability for Damage Caused by Space Objects, with a limited number of state actors, we can conclude maybe with Whedon and Shaw that most of the principles we just mentioned before could be satisfied. The point is, it was 10 years ago, 9 years ago. So what we want to suggest today is just about the need to reassess this classical view. Why do we need to reconsider the question? Just go through the 8 principles briefly. DP1, Design Principle 1, about the boundary rules. We can observe that today, for most actors, considering my first graph before, with the emergence and the increasing of private sector agents, actors, we can observe that most of these boundary rules are not clearly established. Second, DP2, congruence. The rules have not changed and remain appropriate. Third, DP3, collective choice process. Liability convention depends on the United Nations, negotiated by state actors. This is not exactly what is in line with the commercial actors' development. 4, DP4, monitoring. It is always a subject to caution. Why? Because for now we can observe that the United States have probably the best monitoring technology, but they cannot be accountable for the other agents. So monitoring and accountability is made more and more difficult with the multiplicity of actors. DP5, graduated sanctions. The liability convention stipulates clearly compensation for damages, but to be clear, the different national regulation frameworks do not guarantee what we can define as graduated sanction according to the Commons view. DP6, dispute resolution mechanism. This is no more really very efficient. DP7, minimal recognition, legitimacy, the same conclusion as for the other principles. While this is always the same problem, the apparition of private actors does not compromise the legitimacy as long as all actors adopt the framework in which states recognize the legitimacy of other actors. But it is not, for now, clear that all the actors can commit in this way. And last but not least, DP8, considering that for the 7 previous principles we are not satisfied, considering the conditions expressed by Elinor Ostrom, it is clearly not met. So the conclusion is at this step quite clear. While the Commons lens was appropriate maybe 10 or 20 years ago, we have today serious reasons to think that it is no more true. Why? Because when commons fail, there is a risk of overexploitation. Maybe just consider this multiplication of spatial debris that will necessarily increase the risk of accidents, and maybe what the experts define as a Kessler syndrome. I mean, the risk that we have maybe to stop launches considering the risk of accidents. So what can we do? Maybe some different solutions to consider. First, privatization. Why not? In theory, but in practice, it seems quite difficult to implement, considering the impossibility to define property titles in space. This is a very old question. So still we cannot define precise property rights, it will be difficult to implement a privatization of solutions. Commons, we already explained that it will be difficult. So maybe the last solution consists to look at the public law, public legal system that requires to set up a legal and or regulatory framework. This is exactly the topic we want to discuss now, to introduce. This is just to introduce a discussion, because the point consists to look for a legal framework to reduce what we could define as a social cost and avoid over-exploitation, as we just explained. But this means, of course, to define some and to discuss different liability regimes that could be introduced. But first of all, we need to define exactly what is a social cost from an economic perspective. To do that, we suggest to adopt the classical view expressed by Calabresi, 1976, famous book on the cost of accidents, with a clear distinction between 3 types of cost. Primary cost, the direct cost of accident, if you prefer, damages, first of all. Secondary cost, cost of prevention to reduce the risk of accident, and tertiary cost, the cost that will be engaged in case of conflict, in case of legal procedures. So this is a very global perspective about social cost of accident. Maybe we can rely on an interesting paper recently published by Unset, Jolie, and Oliveri to classify cost. Of course, the paper by these authors does not consist in the definition of social cost of accident, so we adapt the list, the classification of cost from these authors to define the social cost of debris-based accidents. So primary cost, naturally, we have in mind damage cost, damage to people, to property. But this is not the only cost that we should consider. There is also the question of service interruption cost. When a collision appears, the service provided by satellites will stop. So there is a question of replacement, and this could have a very significant economic cost. In the same way, we have also to consider environmental cost. This is amazing, but for now, this question is not really addressed in the literature. The space industry is harmful to the environment, and replacing functioning satellites, multiplying launches, and carbon emissions have significant costs that we could introduce in the primary cost, considering the definition by Calabresi. Secondary cost. This is probably the most significant component of the social cost of accident. First, we have to consider design cost to prevent unavoidable collisions cause too much damages. Operators must include protection in their satellites. This is the first clear component of secondary cost. We can also consider operation cost. To avoid collisions, operators must have to maneuver satellites. Surveillance, operator cost. Is quite clear that a constant surveillance of space object is extremely costly. But this is already significant, but we have also to consider some other components of secondary cost, like orbit clearance cost, as the costs that are incurred to remove the satellite from the more congested orbits first, and lastly, and maybe not least, insurance cost, considering the question of liability rules. Of course, the question of insurance is definitely something to introduce in the list of secondary cost. And finally, tertiary cost refers to litigation cost. International dispute resolution is extremely costly. Just think about, for instance, arbitration. But even if we are not going towards dispute for courts, just consider transaction cost. When you bargain in the shadow of the law, there are also some significant costs to consider. So all these costs have to be considered to address the question of the efficient legal solution. What economists suggest, to be very, very short on this point, is to compare different legal design, if you prefer different liability systems. a very basic solution consists to have no liability. It means in case of accidents, there is no compensation for victims. At the opposite side, strict liability. It's a case of accident, the injurer will always pay for damages. And we don't have to look at the way he behaved at the time he organized its activity. Last solution, negligence, fault-based rules. In that case, the injurer will be maybe liable for damages, but only if he failed to produce some due standard of care. This is the most significant principles to consider from an economic perspective. Strict liability versus negligence. Of course, we should also consider no liability, because if you observe that there is no incentives, efficient incentive with liability rules, maybe this is not really useful to consider this kind of solution. So the way we suggest to compare the merits of different liability systems consists to look for the best liability rules to minimize the social cost of accidents. This is a criteria, considering all the components of the cost. We just have to compare the levels of care under the different liability rules, considering their respective economic incentives. If you prefer, we will look at liability systems to consider something like implicit prices for risky activity. This is a very simple framework that we just want to use to consider the orbital debris accidents. However, we need to consider that from a pure economic point of view, there is a very important question to consider. Be clear, we have to make a distinction between two different cases. One, the first one will be defined as a unilateral care accident, and the alternative one will be the bilateral accident situation. So this is just about the position of the victim. Do we consider that the victim is passive, pure passive agent? It means that the risk will not depend on the behavior of the victim, or is the victim active? If you prefer, is it possible for the victim to influence the risk of accident? The economic model, I will not present the model, I have not time to do that, suggests that we can compare the different liability rules in the two separate cases under some hypotheses. First, a kind of rationality about agents, injurers, and victims. It just means that they want to minimize a private cost. Of course, we can discuss. We can say, okay, maybe injurers or victims have some specific bias that could limit rationality, but for now, I just want to consider the question with pure rational players. Damage evaluation is not a problem. There is no difficulty to evaluate damages. Maybe we will need to have experts be able to make a calculus about damage evaluation. And just before this presentation, our colleague introduced some very interesting question about the cost. This is something to connect with the previous presentation. And last hypothesis, insolvency. Of course, this is definitely crucial that insurers are not insolvent at the time of the judgment. Why? Because if there is some insolvency, it means that the mechanisms based on the liability rules could not be efficient. Just to give you some intuition about the comparison between different liability systems. The best solution, if you are in case of unilateral accidents, is strict liability. Why? Because strict liability forces insurers to internalize the risk of accidents. This is a direct mechanism to create strong incentives to behave efficiently. In a perfect world where the hypotheses are satisfied, strict liability is efficient. Now, there is something interesting from an economic point of view. This is just to say that if you are in bilateral accidents, if you want to send signals to both insurers and victims to behave with care, with efficient level of care, negligence is useful. Negligence is a more complex mechanism that could send signal to both players. Of course, when I speak about negligence, I just want you to consider that there is no reason to put the negligence on the insurer side or on the victim side. The result will be the same in terms of efficiency. So it means that negligence or strict liability with a contributory negligence rule for the victims would be efficient in the same way. So this is a very, very basic, but also a very significant way to compare liability rules. So now, if I suggest to apply this framework to orbital object-based accidents, what can we?
Excuse me, Bruno. You have only two minutes left.
Yeah. So it will be finished. I just have three slides. It will be very short.
We won't have time for questions then. So if you could be quick, thank you.
Yes, I will be quick. So the point is just to observe that maybe different cases have to be observed according to satellites, because there are some active satellites, some inactive satellites, and some debris. There are differences between the different cases about the degree of maneuver, the possibility of traceability or not. So from an economic perspective, it seems quite reasonable to consider that different cases imply that the most efficient legal system could depend on the nature of the object. This is a very preliminary intuition. Now, considering that probably in most cases, victims will be on the passive side, the best option, in our opinion, should be a strict liability with a clause of contributory negligence. This is definitely what economists could suggest about the case we want to discuss today. Civil liability, in our opinion, represents a potential option to address the question of orbital debris. There are some limits about information, about court access, about insolvency, about identification, and we have already published something with Sébastien on this topic. So I recommend the lecture of this paper on economics of liability, precaution versus avoidance. Now, to be clear, considering all these limits, and I will stop now, ex post liability rules are certainly have to be considered seriously to address the problem of orbital accidents, but it should be probably complemented by ex-ante regulatory measures like technical norms or mandatory insurance. This is mainly questions for now, but some things that we suggest to consider for the future research. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to be a little bit long.
Thank you, Bruno. I can understand it is quite difficult to summarize what we know about law and economics and then to apply it to a very new subject of orbital debris. So I can understand that you needed more than 30 minutes to do this. But as a matter of fact, we won't have time for the questions. So I'm going to give the floor to the next presenter, which is Jeffrey Wagner from Rochester Institute of Technology. And is going to present a paper with a title which is Economics of Intellectual Property in Sustainable Waste Management with Application to Managing Satellite Debris in Low Earth Orbit. Sorry. So you have the floor. Thank you very much. Yes, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay.
You can go, yes.
Merci, bonjour. Unfortunately, that concludes the French portion of my presentation. But thank you very much for inviting me. And Sebastian, I certainly appreciate all of the hard work that you and your colleagues have put into making such a fine symposium. So as you can see, this is joint work with a former student of mine, Zachary Grzelka, who's now a student at Syracuse Law School. And let me show my first slide. Now, this is a bookcase that my co-author, Zach, just realized was installed in the foyer of the Syracuse Law School. So it's further evidence of Professor Weinzierl's comment that the hunt has begun. Our focus is on the optimal joint use of patents and trade secrecy in a more general class of problems that I've called sustainable waste management. So that's my research area, that's my research focus and teaching focus is environmental economics and sustainable waste management in particular. So when I think about the problem of debris in low Earth orbit, my first instinct is that, well, this is most generally speaking a problem of managing waste and managing in a sustainable way. So Zach and I had started down this path of thinking about this control problem in that context. And then Zach brought to my attention this particular application that, well, the hunt is on, right? It's a very timely topic and a nice application to explore these general principles. So our specific focus is on firms in new space, such as SpaceX, that do invest in R&D effort, and that effort results in two types of innovations. Some that are disclosed, typically through patent, and some that are undisclosed, that are held as trade secrets. And the idea is that the more ideas that a firm like SpaceX embeds in satellites and their management, the more robust the satellites will be. And the more robust they are, of course, they yield more economic benefits, but they also reduce debris. So disclosure of ideas, typically through patent, not only increases the rate of innovation globally, but it saves social costs that other firms would otherwise allocate to reverse engineering and also to duplicative research and development. And so you can see that the wider the ideas can be distributed through our economic and social policies, the less effort will go into reverse engineering what those secrets are, and the less duplication we'll see across firms in their R&D effort. Now, of course, to promote the spread of ideas, the leader, the innovator, has to be able to monetize that disclosed information. In the absence of IP policy that focuses on how it's increasingly the case that firms are producing goods and services that are what we will call a constellation of several patented ideas, as well as several secret ideas. If our policy doesn't address that, then the leaders will choose to hold more secrets that are socially optimal, and the satellite debris will grow at inefficient rates. So our goal here is to see if we can build a fairly simple microeconomic model that captures the salient elements in this market and that's consistent with our observation. These two observations, one is, as several authors have already commented, the rate of satellite debris certainly appears to be inefficient. And we also see a number of key players in the market holding secrets. So we draw upon three literatures, the research literature. So there is a literature on sustainable waste management, and the cutting edge of that literature includes efforts to think about the opportunities and challenges of intellectual property types in sustainable waste management contexts. There's certainly a vast economics literature on patents and trade secrecy. The surprising gap in the literature that we seek to fill is the papers that model and assess the performance of these kinds of firms that have several patents and several secrets that are combined jointly. So there are many economics papers that talk about the pros and cons of patents. There are economics and law papers that talk about the pros and cons of trade secrecy. But there's a surprising gap in papers that address firms that deploy both. And then the third of three literatures is now most of the authors of papers on the economics of managing satellite debris in low Earth orbit are here at the symposium. And I can't tell you how exciting it is to meet so many people whose papers I've read and to hear what they're doing at the moment. So in this particular paper, Zach and I build upon our 2019 model in environmental and resource economics. So we want to start with a very simple model. So we're going to avoid dynamics. We're also going to avoid competition, or monopolistic competition or monopoly. We just want to try to build a simple representative agent model of a firm that invests in both ideas that are trade secrets and ideas that are patents. So a firm like SpaceX develops these two types of IP, right? So first is patent and disclosed. The second are non-disclosed secrets. It's important to realize that some of those secrets are ideas that are patentable. In other words, they are patentable, they could be disclosed, they could be licensed to other firms. This would spread the ideas more broadly than keeping them secrets. Our real focus is on trying to tip a few more ideas that are patentable and disclosable, monetizable, from secrets to patents. That's the social objective. So the first thing to do is to write down a simple expression of a private firm's expected profit maximization problem. And here it is. Now, let me briefly explain the notation, right? So the individual firm's profit, left-hand side, is a function of the number of patented ideas it has, P, scripted P, and the number of trade secret ideas it has, scripted S. So on the right-hand side, the first two terms are revenue terms. The last three terms are cost terms. So the first term, little p, is the competitive price for satellites or satellite services. Now that's not ideal. We've heard presentations already this morning that the market is arguably not perfectly competitive, but in the economic theory part of this, it's typical at least to start with a perfectly competitive model for simplicity. Now, capital R is a function of the number of patented ideas and the number of secret ideas. R is a logistic function that runs from 0 to 1. You can also think of it as a probability. R stands for robustness. So in plain words, the idea is the firm invests through research and development in the creation of patented and secret ideas, with the idea that the more ideas you embed in the satellite, the more robust the satellite will be, or the likelihood of its successful completion of its mission gets closer to 1, closer to 100%. So that's, you know, in economic perspective, that's why the firm invests in R&D, and it creates revenue streams for the firm. The second term, capital M, function of P, if the firm has an idea that's patentable and it chooses to patent, that opens the opportunity for it to license that intellectual property and earn additional revenue on its ideas. Right, so the representative firm has two revenue stream possibilities. The next two costs are R&D costs for creating the average patented idea and the average secret idea. So little WP, little WS, those are per unit constant costs, the simplest notation one could hope for. And now the last term is the cost to the original creator, that's O. So C sub O is a cost term, and it's a function of the number of secrets that it holds. So the idea here is that if the firm has a patentable, disclosable idea, but it chooses for strategic reasons to keep it secret, the firm incurs an additional cost to try to keep it a secret. Okay, now we want to compare that expression of what the firm thinks its problem is to what society thinks the problem is. So the social welfare optimization is the following. So W is welfare, and it's a function of the number of patented ideas, the number of secret ideas, and the effort. Little e is effort that is costly. Society is trying its best through a patent system, through trade secret courts, other mechanisms, to promote the spread of ideas as rapidly as possible, but this effort is costly. So first term on the right-hand side, society gets utility from the robustness of these satellites. Society also realizes that there are external benefits B, external benefits capital B, that are a function of the patented ideas. In other words, the disclosed and disseminated ideas. Sigma is also a function between 0 and 1. So sigma captures to what degree will society be able to capture those external benefits B. And so that percentage that's capturable depends on the effort that society puts in, right? So the more robust the patent system is, the more accurate the courts are in adjudicating patent and trade secret disputes, then the more external benefits society can capture. The next two are the same cost terms that the private firm views. Then you have the C sub O trade secret cost function. Now C sub tau, right? C sub tau is the cost to the competitor's tau. So we're using notation from an American Economic Review paper that was published recently by Aurora et al. And at the conclusion, or in the coming days, if you'd like to see our draft paper with all the references, I'm happy to send it to you. Basically, society is concerned, again, about that duplicative R&D and also the reverse engineering effort by competitors to try to figure out the leader firm's secrets. Okay, so if that's an accurate characterization of how the private firm sees its problem and how society sees the problem, then what we typically do is we optimize those functions and then compare the first order conditions, right? So the first pass at the problem is that from a private firm point of view, the firm will choose the number of patents to hold, where, right, left-hand side is the marginal revenue product of those patented ideas are equal to the marginal cost. Now, the marginal cost on the right-hand side, WP, is that R&D cost. But then in green, you have a minus, right, change in M with respect to P. So remember, that is the change in the revenue stream from disclosed ideas. That's the licensing revenue. So one way to model that is that the firm is basically knocking down its R&D expense to the extent that the idea comes through and then it's licensed and that revenue comes back in. Now on the secret side, right, S star will be where the marginal revenue product of the secrets is equal to their marginal cost. The marginal cost is an R&D cost per unit to come up with a secret idea. But then once you come up with it, you've got to pay some cost to keep it secret. Okay, now how does society see the problem? Well, similarly, right? But you can see that the green terms have to match, right? The green terms have to match. So society has to figure out a way through policy of enabling a firm like SpaceX that chooses to disclose patentable ideas instead of strategically keeping them secret, right? That sigma change in B with respect to P, that's got to equal change in M with respect to P. Okay, and then on the cost side, you can see that those are not going to line up, right? So that's society's problem. Now society is going to choose its effort level where, right, the marginal cost of social effort to promote the spread of ideas is equal to society's expected marginal benefit. Now, a typical way that applied welfare economists would consider looking at these trade-offs is the following, right? So working toward my conclusion, if you look at the x-axis is the number of patented ideas, the y-axis is the number of secret ideas. So where a firm like SpaceX is situated in economic theory terms and industrial organization terms is at a point like B, right? A point like B in the center of those circles, right? So that array of circles on the left-hand side of the graph is an ISO profit function. This is the level set of the firm's profit function. So the private firm would choose to be at a point such as B if, for any reason, frictions in the market, pre-existing government policies, if the firm is at a bundle of secrets and patents that's away from point B, their profit is lower. Okay, now where does society want to be? Society wants to be at a point like A, that's in the center of those ellipses. So what characterizes point A? Well, there's more patented ideas and fewer secrets. So the reason that the ellipses are there instead of circles, the idea is that each idea that is disclosed has greater social impact than an idea that is not. On balance, we would expect that to be the case. So what we go on to discuss in our paper is that if, for instance, there are pre-existing conditions such that the firm is actually at point C on profit level number 2, right? So the firm, for pre-existing distortion reasons, is not at its privately optimal bundle. It could be it's stuck at point C, and talk on the next slide some reasons why that might be the case. The idea is that the firm would be indifferent between sitting at point C and sitting at point D. You see that C and D are on the same ISO profit level. In other words, same profit. So the firm would be indifferent to be located at C or D. But you can see from a social point of view, D is superior to C. D is on an ISO ellipse, right? ISO welfare ellipse that's closer to the socially optimal outcome. So it's not first best in economic theory terms, but it could certainly be second best. So that's what we explore then thinking about what kinds of policies do we have that could be leveraged in this sort of emerging marketplace, right? It may not be possible to do a number of things we'd like to do, but can we leverage tools we already have to at least make some improvement? So option number one is socially we could impose bundle A on the private firm and just move the firm to what is socially optimal. However, right, that leads to a steep drop in the firm's profit. And that's probably not politically feasible. We also have an adverse selection problem in that if the firm knows that that's what the policy is going to be, the firm has ideas in its head, if you will, and if the incentives change that dramatically, they might not put those ideas on paper, right? And actually file for a patent and disclose. So there's some challenges to that. Instead, what we started in our 2019 paper and further explore here are policy ideas that would leave the firm's profit unchanged, but would raise social welfare. So the next idea that comes from our 2019 paper is that we could consider granting relatively stronger patent rights in this new space domain, at least to get the ball rolling, right? So the idea is one reason the firm could be stuck at point C, right? So that they have a lot of secrets and not many patents is if the patent office has already rejected a number of claims that the firm wanted to take out in its patent applications. As we understand it, in the US patent system, it's not uncommon for patents to be filed and then patent officers to come back to the inventors and say, well, you know, this list of claims is pretty long and it's pretty broad. So there seems to be a bit of revise and resubmit, if you will, at the patent office, just like there is for us at journals. And so if the firm's patent holdings are lower than the firm finds privately optimal, this pre-existing distortion could be used to reframe the firm's thinking, right? That if we could strengthen those rights, we could move the firm closer to disclosing patentable ideas and holding fewer secrets. There are some patent right monetization mechanisms in the economics literature that we think are relatively overlooked. For instance, Michael Kremer at Harvard has a paper in 1998, Quarterly Journal of Economics, and his idea of auctioning patents, where the government gets involved in auctioning patents and is typically the high bidder. He focuses on the pharmaceutical market, but something like that could work in new space. Grenels and Lin have a related paper on patent replacement mechanisms in the Journal of Economic Dynamics and Control that we think could help incentivize firms to get ideas out the door more quickly so that the rest of us can take advantage of those ideas. And finally, recent law school graduate Silvernail has a really interesting paper in 2020, I think Texas A&M Law Review, where he suggests that NASA tie contracts that it awards to firms that commit to patenting the results rather than keeping secrets. So take home points. I hope I'm on time. Constellation IP in low Earth orbit has a lot of challenges and opportunities that warrant further research. The chief challenge is to come up with incentives for innovative firms to tell us what they're doing. Disclosure promotes rapid innovation and it reduces wasteful reverse engineering and duplicative R&D. The chief opportunity is that there are some mechanisms in the economics of intellectual property literature and in the industrial organization literature for raising the disclosure of ideas in ways that would leave the firm's profit unchanged. And progress along these lines will not only raise satellite robustness and those valuable economic services that they produce, but these satellites will be more robust, which means we should have less debris. So as our 2019 paper describes, robustness could include building in advanced sensors into the satellites so they're more easily able to avoid collision. and also have a higher level of materials such that if they do collide with something, they're more likely to remain intact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. A quick summary. So your paper investigates the role of intellectual property, patents or secrets, on the mitigation of debris proliferation in space. I wish to thank you very much because you really try to make your ideas clear, and we have a big deal of economic theory behind what you are explaining. So I found it very clear, and I thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
I don't have many questions, and I don't have time for many questions. Maybe some quick clarification.
Sure.
In the paper, you mentioned the fact that there exist mechanisms for raising disclosure of ideas in a way that leave firm profit unchanged. And I think it would be useful if you could be a bit more specific on the way we can do that.
Right, so let me take the Grenels and Lin paper in Journal of Economic Dynamics and Control. They have a patent replacement mechanism that they motivate theoretically and then demonstrate in the pharmaceutical market, where basically, as we know, firms are moving far away from the original idea of doing R&D. In other words, all the research and the development. And what these mechanisms take advantage of is the fact that firms are moving more toward either research or development. So in the pharmaceutical case, we have firms that invest a lot of R&D in coming up with, let's say, the pharmaceutical formula. They're not so well positioned to then take the successful formula and build it out, to get it out the door, certainly in COVID times, for instance, right, to get the formula out, to be mass produced, and to be managed by folks who specialize in that. So what they show in their paper is that at the moment the firm realizes it has an idea, and particularly a socially impactful idea, in economic theory terms, we know that there exists a price that the firm would be willing to accept that would cover the private revenue it thought it could eventually earn on that idea, right? But the benefit to the firm is they get the money now, and they can plow it back into their specialty, which is coming up with ideas. They're off the hook. They don't have to worry about building it out physically. And why don't we have enough syringes? And why don't we have enough needles? And all of this stuff. So the idea is that that price that, for instance, the government could pay, it might be high, but it's less than the expected social benefit of the idea. And so what they show in their paper is that if you look at the major pharmaceuticals as an industry, they come up with an astounding figure. Off the top of my head, I think it's something like $500 billion of additional social welfare by managing the idea in that manner, to take it out of the hands of the proprietary firm and send it out. So how does the firm make money? In their case, the patent's replaced with what they call a sales bounty. So the idea is actually produced and sold by possibly a competitive market of firms that can do that. And then the firm that created the idea, they get a percentage on the sales revenue forever, right? And so again, there exists an amount of money that would leave the firm indifferent between maintaining those proprietary rights and then, basically contributing the idea to the public domain. And the next generation of research will be on trying to figure out what those rates of exchange might be in this new space context.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have time and we are caught by the clock. So we are going to skip to the next presentation and we will continue the discussion between us. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much.
See you. Hello, Akhil. So, Akhil Rao is going to make the next presentation. He works for, sorry, I lost my paper. I don't remember the school where you work. That's a pity. Millbury College.
That's all right.
Is it that? Millbury College.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. So you have 20 minutes for presentation and 10 minutes for discussion. So it's your turn, and we can see your screen, so everything is okay. It's your turn.
Thank you. Yeah. So again, thank you all for coming, and thank you, Sebastian, and organizers for putting this conference together. I've been taking notes, and I feel like I have my mind is buzzing with ideas. So this is a lot of fun. And so the title of this paper is a bit wordy, but I think maybe a pithier version would be Treaties and Taxes in Space. This is joint work with Aditya Jain, a very excellent undergraduate student who is graduating this year. And then he's going to go off and do amazing things. So let me see if I can get this going. There we go. All right. So I think it's no surprise to anyone in this symposium that there's a problem with space debris. And the trends are alarming. The legal situation is not terribly encouraging. It's not a great situation in orbit. Now, one of the things that makes the situation a little bit more alarming is the possibility for runaway debris growth. So I'm going to call this a catastrophe. This idea that if we get enough stuff in orbit, these collisions will have enough mass and enough fragmentation to generate more collisions without any additional human input. We could stop all launch activity and the debris population would continue to grow. Even if the risk is low, the growth continues unabated. So that's not great. We would like to not have that happen. It would be really unfortunate for the space for Earth market. It would be a real damper for the space for space market. Just not great. Now, in the community that's been thinking about this so far, the traditional approach has been to focus on international treaties and some voluntary guidelines. And there's a lot of literature on this. Much of it is very legally focused in nature, natural given the focus on treaties. But this isn't the only approach that we could think of, as we've discussed in this symposium. Another approach that's emerging is to focus on nationally administered policies. Now, there's a huge realm of possible things that a country could do here to regulate satellites that are operated by their firms. Most of this falls under their Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty rights and responsibilities. Most of these ideas would in some way raise the costs to firms of operating. Obviously, the presentation we just heard delineates very clearly that they don't have to raise the costs to firms of operating. But I'm going to focus here on the specific class of regulations, a very broad ones, which do, so that I can then model them as taxes, as virtual Pigouvian taxes. This is a little bit inside baseball, but the big picture idea here is that if the regulation induces the firm to do something that they wouldn't have wanted to do, then in some sense we can think of it as imposing some costs on the firm, and then we can think about that as a tax. Again, recognizing that not all possible national policies have to have that effect. Now, these two different approaches lead us into a little bit of a tension here with what do we do first, or what do we do at all if we think that we're not going to be able to do them both. Now, some folks, and I'm going to put myself a little bit on blast here, some folks think that, look, this is an incentives problem. We could use some kind of Pigouvian tax on satellites, some sort of externality tax to address this problem of debris. Now, I think this perspective is motivated by some reasoning like the following, that if we want to have international treaties between countries, they have to be self-enforcing. We don't have agencies at the international level that can go around to countries and tell them, like, you've been bad, like, cooperate. These countries have to voluntarily agree to cooperate. And that seems unlikely given some of the geopolitics around orbit use. And so given that, perhaps national incentive policies are the best way to get the ball rolling. On the other side of this, there's a lot of folks who have been focusing on treaties for a long time, and I think correctly point out that there are limits to what tax instruments can do. There are huge problems with existing debris that's out there that is maybe not attributable, that is difficult to regulate. And at the end of the day, if you tax something, firms are going to want to not pay the tax. There might be some kind of race to the bottom in which a country that levies taxes or levies costly environmental regulations on satellites sees firms leave or sees fewer firms form within their jurisdiction and more firms form in other less regulated jurisdictions. And so if you're thinking about that, you might think that these tax approaches are ineffective. These national environmental regulatory approaches are ineffective. And you might not want to spend scarce political capital on getting those regulations through. Now, our question here is to study the interaction between these two types of policies. Is there a trade-off? Is there not? There's a few literatures here that are relevant. I think the main one that I'll focus on is this older literature in environmental economics, beginning with Wallace Oates, about environmental federalism. When can different jurisdictions, for mobile capital, implement their own regulations without necessarily coordinating and still manage to improve environmental quality and still manage to improve local economic outcomes? There's a lot of work on environmental agreements and some work on catastrophe, on the risks of crossing a threshold. Here, we're building a lot on the work that Scott Barrett has done. And finally, there's a literature on what's called the Coasian provision of public goods, that sometimes private actors provide public goods not because they're altruists, but because they recognize that it's in their best interest. It's a little bit awkward to use this phrasing here because in this case, the actors we're thinking about are countries and not just individuals. So here's what we have in our model. There are space sectors from different countries. So the US has its own space sector, India has its own space sector. Those space sectors have many firms. Those firms face national regulations in every market that they provide services in. So an American satellite can provide services in Europe, can provide services in America, in India, in many countries at the same time. And it'll face different regulatory burdens from providing services to those different markets. They'll also face a common risk of destruction or loss in orbit due to debris. And that risk is endogenous. Their choices are going to determine how high it is. Second, we've got debris in the model, and there's a tipping point. If we cross the tipping point, everybody's going to take a big financial penalty. It's not going to instantly destroy all the satellites in orbit. There's a lot of engineering work that crossing the tipping point doesn't immediately trash orbital space. There might be many, many years where things are more or less okay, but eventually the costs catch up to the players. Now, we're not focusing here at all on dynamics, just going to think about long run out. There's global open access to orbit, and this is the key market failure here that's going to drive a lot of our results. This is this idea that if I want to launch a satellite, I don't have to worry about buying the property rights to an orbital path or something like that. I can just find a place where I can launch, where I'm able to operate the satellite from, and I can launch the satellite. Conversely, if I want to reserve some orbital space for myself and not allow others to use it until my business plan is ready or something of the sort, I'm unable to do this. Now, what this does is it ensures that globally, the last firm launching from every country is earning zero profits. Because if there were profits still on the table, they wouldn't be the last firm, someone else would launch. And finally, there's going to be a self-enforcing treaty that's going to coordinate net debris abatement by countries. Now, net debris abatement is an interesting term here. It can include things like limits on missile tests or other military activities that generate debris. It can also include things like national sponsorship of debris removal efforts. You could think about contracts or explicit missions. Now, these countries are going to join the treaty to avoid crossing this runaway debris growth threshold if and only if it's in their individual self-interest to do so. If they can not join the treaty, not pay those costs, then they're going to do that. Okay, so we've got these two approaches. One is this global open access equilibrium where countries are trying to regulate nationally and they're subject to these firms, moving around, maybe growing or shrinking in response to their policies. And then we've got this treaty where we're really going to think carefully about how those features interact to determine who is the marginal signatory, that country that's just at the edge of joining the treaty or not. Obviously, we would like to have more countries in the treaty than fewer, and so that's going to help us understand what it would take to make the treaty bigger. So here are the objects that the model is going to output. It's going to output the number of satellites that each country is responsible for. It's going to output a total debris stock, which is increasing in the number of satellites and decreasing in the amount of net debris abatement. It's going to output individual taxes that each country levies on each satellite from each country serving it. So for example, the US could levy different taxes on Indian satellites than it levies on US satellites, perhaps reflecting the different strategic benefits, the different environmental qualities of those satellites, whatever they want to think about. And finally, of course, net debris abatement is an output from the treaty. So there's a lot going on in this equation. All I really want to foreground here is that we're allowing countries to have different access to the inputs to produce satellites in orbit. So different labor, different capital, different launch facilities, all that stuff is fine. And satellite operators don't have to launch from the country that they're based in, but the country they're based in influences the options available to them. As we heard earlier today, regulations like ITAR and other arms control regulations play a role in that. Let's break this down. Starting from my right, I think that's over here for y'all. Countries are going to accrue some costs from operating satellites. The national space sector will accrue these costs. That reflects some scarcity of the inputs available to operating satellites. They'll generate some revenues, and these tax burdens that countries levy through regulations will reduce those revenues. And then the risk of destruction in collision is going to also reduce those revenues. Now, the intuition for what's going to drive global open access is that each firm, each satellite wants to launch another one if it is profitable to do so. And if they need to move countries to do that, they'll do that. If they can't, and someone else needs to step in to take advantage of those profits, they'll do that. Now, for the regulators, the problem's a little bit different. What they're trying to do is maximize the value of national benefits that their country receives from all of the different satellites in orbit. They're not necessarily trying to maximize the value of their own space sector. They're not necessarily trying to maximize the value of tax revenues. In fact, we assume that these tax revenues are just thrown away. The goal here is to think about the benefits from satellites that countries receive. So simplifying that block of math a bit, this is what we have. They're trying to maximize their national benefits, recognizing that there's global open access behavior and that debris accumulation and abatement will influence the benefits they receive. So why would they tax? Well, one logic for this is that if they levy these taxes, they'll reduce the size of the fleet of satellites in orbit. That reduces the collision risk. And in doing so, that actually boosts the amount of services that they receive. Well, that might help them get more benefits from satellite services. And that leads us to our first main result here. It's an environmental federalism result, that in an equilibrium of this kind of game between firms and countries, we're going to get two effects. One, perhaps intuitive effect, is that taxes in one region are going to induce some sectoral growth in the less taxed regions. So if the US were to start implementing environmental regulations, costly regulations on firms that want to provide service to US markets, whether or not they're based in the US, any country that is operating a satellite sector that does not provide service to the US and is therefore not subject to those regulations is going to see growth in their satellite sectors. Now, on the other side of that, these taxes that the US levies will in fact reduce the net satellite fleet size. It won't be the case that there is a one-for-one growth around the world and the US's environmental efforts were for naught. The US's efforts will bite, even if it won't bite as much as it had been initially hoped. So how does this work? Well, it goes back to this open access logic. Under open access, firms are competing for rents from using orbits. And so if the US says that fewer US firms can take those rents, someone else somewhere is going to try to take those rents in return. However, the US's regulatory policies will reduce the total pie of rents available to firms. And in doing so, shrink the total size of the fleet. Now, moving on to a treaty, there's two states of the world that countries can coordinate to be in, can cooperate to avoid or fail to cooperate and not avoid. Either we cross the threshold, and now we've done a little change of variable so that we're talking in terms of abatement rather than debris. Either we cross the threshold and we get some benefits from whatever abatement we did, we accrue some costs from whatever abatement we did, and we take this big financial penalty. Or we can agree to put out a different level of effort and abate enough debris that we avoid catastrophe. We're going to assume for tractability that everybody shares a common debris abatement technology, whether that's nets or harpoons or just an agreement to not use space for too many military activities. And their benefits are going to be the change in their social welfare from satellite services because of additional abatement. And so with this framework, we get the following result, that what it takes to get this treaty in place is either high enough benefits from satellite services or high enough damages from the catastrophe. So the marginal signatory, that country that's at the edge of signing the treaty, is going to be a country that's satisfying this equation as closely as possible here, this inequality. So how does that work? Well, the value of satellite services is a national incentive to cooperate. If you cooperate, you get more services. Services are good, everybody likes that. On the other side of it, the catastrophe is an incentive that nature provides to cooperate. That if we fail to cooperate, we're going to incur a big penalty somewhere down the road, and that might be an incentive to cooperate. If we think about this in terms of different types of treaties, we can start to see why perhaps a treaty limiting missile use may be more feasible than, all else equal, some other treaty that does less to limit environmental damages because of the magnitude of those catastrophe damages. Now, that sets us up for this next result about who benefits from a treaty. So when we induce greater net abatement through a treaty, every satellite sector in the world is going to grow. We have, through the treaty, created more usable orbital space for everyone to benefit from. And so everyone tries to grow and take advantage of that. However, the most growth is experienced by those countries which are facing lower tax rates for their satellite sectors, right? So if you have, for example, the US is taxing a few countries, and then a treaty comes into play and it boosts everybody's satellite sectors, the countries that the US is not taxing are the ones whose satellite sectors will start to see greater growth. Now, again, I want to be clear here that the US's ability to tax different sectors does not come from their ability to control those sectors. It comes from their ability to control market access to US customers. So how does this work? Well, when we create more usable space, folks want to fill it. When we have lower taxes, those sectors will observe greater rents from orbit use, greater profits, and so they'll be in a better position to grow. So let's try to wrap this all up into a nice package and hopefully save a little more time for questions. What we can see here is that national policies are going to support treaties. When we put into place national regulations that shrink the size of the satellite fleet in one country, that in effect globally redistributes satellites to other countries that have smaller fleets and that are not experiencing those environmental regulations. In doing so, that's going to grow the value of the satellite sector for whichever country was that marginal treaty signatory. That's going to make the new marginal treaty signatory someone who prior to this would have said, hey, the benefits from satellites are not high enough for me to participate in this treaty. That's going to expand that coalition. The other piece of this is that by limiting the amount of debris production in the first place, national regulatory policies can reduce the amount of debris abatement needed to avoid catastrophe. That makes the treaty an easier lift because the treaty is going to ask every participant to do less than they would have had to do and incur fewer costs than they would have otherwise had to incur. And so putting these two together, we can see that national policies will in fact make a treaty more likely and bigger. On the other side of it, if we start with a treaty, we can see that the treaty is going to increase the demand for national regulatory policies. Why? Well, the treaty is going to supply more usable orbital space. And in doing so, it's going to induce all of these satellite sectors to grow, to dissipate some of those rents. But that's going to mean that every country is going to perceive greater national benefits from regulation. Because when they reduce the same unit of collision risk, they get more services from a bigger collection of satellites. And so whichever way we start, these two kinds of policies, national approaches or an international treaty approach, rather than trading off with each other, may support each other. If that's the case, then maybe the thing to do is not to get so hung up on where to allocate our scarce political capital, but rather to do what we can do now, sooner, so that we can get the ball rolling. Thank you.
Thank you, Akil. I would like to make a quick summary of what I understood about your paper, but in fact, I didn't have many time, and there are many mechanisms involved in what you are writing. So I'm very looking forward looking the paper. So you are combining in this paper two kinds of governance, one at the national level and one at an international level. And you are also introducing in the ideas the fact that it might exist some kind of threshold when we are going, if we cross this threshold, then we go into some kind of Kessler syndrome, which will cost us much. So you try to solve what national countries are going to do in this context and what we are going to obtain at an international level, a treaty in the same context. I'm not able to ask very useful question, I think, at this stage. I'm really, I would like to read the paper. In fact, there is one clarification that I think I need. It is about the way you implement the abatement of debris in the paper. So there is a variable Q, and which is the amount of debris which are eliminated by the countries, but you don't explain who is going to do that, which country, and how do we share this effort. And also, I'm not sure I have understood I have really understood this, but you seem to focus on an interior solution where we avoid the catastrophe, and this may change, in fact, the Nash equilibrium. So this is a technical question, but I will be interested in that.
Yeah, thank you, Sebastian. So to your first question about how do we think about who implements abatement and how do they do it, we're very agnostic on the technologies here. Maybe there's some nets, maybe there's harpoons, maybe it's lasers. We're not engineers, so we're not going to take a strong stance on that. What we do assume, though, is that whatever the best available technology is, that's going to be broadly shared under the terms of the treaty. So if we can get to an international debris abatement treaty, we're assuming for now that that treaty is going to say that, look, whatever the best technology is, let's everybody use that. This is actually a fairly weak assumption to relax. It doesn't change too much, but it does make some of the notation and the algebra messier. And so we've kept it this way for simplicity. But as far as the who does it, there are many different possible kinds of treaties. We focus mainly on symmetric treaties, where each country abates not necessarily the same amount, but abates rather an amount proportional to their benefit cost ratio from abatement. So this was a bit more than I felt like I could pack into the talk, but this is something that we'll explain in the paper, and we'd be happy to share a draft with anybody who's interested afterwards. To your second question about interior solutions with the treaty, that's correct. There are many different kinds of Nash equilibria to that treaty game, And so we tried to focus on something that was, we thought, simple and perhaps a plausible equilibrium for actors to select. And it will, as you note, change behavior at every other stage of the game.
Okay, thank you. We have a few minutes left. So if there is a question about the presenters in the floor.
Can I ask from the internet?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Great presentation, Nikhil. I was wondering if you could maybe talk a little bit about how the OECD's recent agreement on a global minimum tax might kind of interact with some of the proposals you're suggesting, since you kind of talk a little bit about how heterogeneity in taxation rates might complicate things. So I was wondering if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, if we could get to something similar, some kind of international agreement around harmonizing tax rates, that would make much of this much simpler. We wouldn't have to worry so much about strategic responses by countries in response to others putting taxes on them and so forth. The mechanisms that we identify will still carry through, and some of them will even carry through a little bit more nicely because we'll shut down some of those strategic responses. We would like to be optimistic and hope for that, but we're just not sure. And so we try to be general.
Thank you. Is there another question? No, don't think so. So it's the end of this second session, and we are going to have a break of 15 minutes. And we will be back in 15 minutes for the third section. And Brendan Cunningham will have the floor to give his presentation in a few minutes. Thank you. Est-ce que l'ordre a été changé? Normalement, c'était plutôt Brendan Cunningham en premier et Georges Zacour en deuxième. Moi, c'est ce que j'avais noté. We are now starting the third session. It's a mistake. I was saying previously that it was the turn of Brendan Cunningham to make his presentation. In fact, it is Georges Zacour. So this presentation will be dedicated to the regulation of space debris from an economic perspective. And the title of the presentation, I lost it, sorry, by Georges, is Satellite Constellations and Space Debris, Exploratory Analysis of Strategic Management of the Space Commons. So, George, you have 20 minutes for your presentation, and then we will take 10 minutes for discussion. Thank you very much for being there.
Thank you very much, Sebastian.
Yes, we can hear you.
Share my screen.
And we don't see the slides.
Can you see my screen?
We don't see the slides for the moment. So you can share your screen.
How about now?
Not yet. Okay, it's coming. Yeah. We can see, yes, we can see your slides. You can go. You have 20 minutes for your presentation.
Give me a second. Sorry for that. How can I? Okay. Okay, so thank you very much for the nice invitation. This is a joint work with Marc Deschamps, who is at Université de Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, and Pierre Bernard, who is with INRIA. So let me start by recalling some commonplaces, although these commonplaces have been recalled by a few of the speakers before me. We are enjoying a lot of good things with satellites. For instance, we have access to weather forecast, managing major disaster, and I cannot survive without my GPS. However, on the negative side of this is, of course, this production of space debris. Now, the point here is that accumulation may render space debris economically useless. And I would like to insist here upon the word accumulation. It's like pollution. It's not because we used our cars this morning that we may hit some environmental disaster, but it is really the accumulation of pollution and here the accumulation of debris. This congestion is bounded, I would say, to increase over time. Think about the launching of several tens of thousands of satellites by SpaceX. Nowadays, apparently, we have a little bit more than 2,000 active satellites, and we are talking already about some congestion effect. So I guess the problem would be much more severe when we will see tens of thousands additionally. I'm new somehow to this field, and to start with, I wanted to look at the different risks that are associated with the loss of a satellite. And if you look at the numbers here, for instance, the loss due to a debris can be 3 to 5% over its operational life, whereas the risk during launch is 1 to 2%, and due to poor satellite design is around 1%. So this is to say that the loss due to debris is really significant. Bruno showed this figure before, and I guess Jeffrey also, so I don't need to come back to it. Simply remember that the number of objects floating over there is increasing and increasing very quickly over time. And the second statement that I can make here is that the density is concentrated around a certain altitude, let's say 800-900 kilometers. Now, knowing that we are facing this issue of space debris, the question is what can be done about it. And we see that we have already developed like 3 lines of possibilities. One of them is to avoid collisions through some surveillance systems. For instance, the US Space Com operates a network of 29 observation means, and the European Union is doing something. Other thing that can be done is the reduction of production of debris. A couple of presenters mentioned designing satellites will have an impact on reducing the number of debris. And the third program is what we call active debris removal, and this is the one I would like to focus on here. Of course, this is something that it's rather exploratory, so is our paper. Whatever you want to do here, mitigating debris pollution is costly. So consequently, the question that comes naturally here is it possible to somehow sustain development while at the same time managing these commons. So the idea here is to have a kind of sustainable development strategy that can be considered. There is, of course, a literature dealing with the economics of space exploitation. I will not dig much into it. Matthew mentioned his 2018 papers in his talk. And we have some other papers dealing with different issues, for instance, related to governance system. Now, when it comes to space debris itself, again here, it's very nice to see that the producers of this literature are almost all in the room, if I can put it in this way. I'm not going to go through all these papers. What I want to highlight here that this literature is really of recent vintage. Probably the first paper to talk about managing debris as an externality is this paper by Adilov and co-author in 2015. More recent papers are by Rao, where argued that internationally harmonized orbital use fee can correct, in fact, the negative externality. And there is this paper by Sébastien, where we can see that the analysis can be conducted in a similar way as a resource problem. There is a follow-up by Guyot and Sébastien in 2021, continuing this analysis. Now, the literature, the previous literature was focusing on competitive sector, and as Matthew alluded to it in his talk, probably this sector is going to be a sector of imperfect competition. Talking about imperfect competition means that we have to deal with strategic interactions. The literature in this area is really sparse. There is one paper by Klima and co-authors What is interesting in this paper that they are trying to calibrate empirically the model, and what they are asking as a main question is why users do not contribute enough to debris cleanup. And the answer, unfortunately, is very typical in this case, rewriting. However, the point here that in the long term we may be ending up destroying the commons. Already this paper by Adilov, Alexander, and Cunningham predicted somehow that an economic Kessler syndrome can take place before the physical Kessler syndrome. There is another paper by Béal, Deschamps, and Moulin, where they are considering an n-player game. Here the point is to see if they can develop a taxing system and look at how it can be implemented under a cooperative mode of play and a non-cooperative mode of play. And one of the main results is that it is twice as easy to finance the cleanup cost under centralization, meaning if the players cooperate. So based on this, the setup like to follow here, that starting from a statement that we'll have few large constellations, meaning that we will be facing a situation with strategic interactions, the right methodological tool is going to be game theory, giving the fact also that what matters really is the accumulation of debris and not the flow of debris. It means that we definitely need a dynamic model. And finally, there are obviously a lot of uncertainties, a lot of stochastic features that are involved here. Ideally, we should end up with an n-player stochastic dynamic game. However, in this exploratory study, what we are going to do is to focus on two-player deterministic dynamic game. The questions that we are after here is the first one is it possible to have a sustainable development? This is essentially the main question we are raising here. Now we would like to contrast also and compare somehow cooperative and non-cooperative launching strategies. And the final question is a very simple one. Is it possible to exhibit a tax to find something that will enable us to remove active debris while leaving some profits on the table to companies? So here I'll spend a little bit of time regarding the model itself. A couple of speakers said explicitly they wanted to avoid a dynamic model, and here what I'm after, in fact. So in order to develop a model, what I'm going to do is to do it crescendo. First, I will assume that there is no human activities. Second, I will look at the case where we have one constellation, and after that, I will move to constellation. So denote by x of t the number of satellites, and by y of t the number of other objects at time t, and I'm focusing on a certain altitude. This tau will play an important role. What you should remember that it's a small number. And this probability of satellite colliding with any of other z objects per unit of time is going to be modeled as tau z. And in this way now I can compute the probability of having a certain number of collisions, for instance, not having a collision or having one collision. And I'll spare you the details till the point that if we neglect some very, very small terms, we can end up with a model that is relatively simple here, and especially if we make the assumption that we can approximate the stochastic model by something deterministic, what we will have is this equation. What this equation is saying is that the number of satellites, the stock at t+1 is equal to the stock at t multiplying by this, where tau yt is measuring, tau yt xt is measuring the losses in satellites. Now, for those of you who are used to population dynamics, you recognize here the Lotka-Volterra model, where we have the evolution of a species that is X in the presence of a predator Y. So this is the case if nothing, no additional launches are done. So it's like leaving the stock of fish in a lake without fishing. What would happen if we have one constellation? Here, the element that I should account for, one is the satellites leaving the constellation. What we have here is natural decay and failures, and also we have some collisions between debris and other objects at this particular rate. Here we are going to make the simplifying assumption that this natural decay rate and failure rate and tau are given. And we are able to estimate them in a certain way. Definitely here we need to extend the framework to a stochastic process. S of t is the number of launches. Now the dynamics of X become the following. So the stock of satellite floating over there at t+1 is equal at what we had at t, multiplied by this decay term, minus what we are losing due to collisions, plus the new launches. Now, this is the one-state equation, which is governing the dynamics of X. What about the dynamics of debris? Here I'm making the assumption that a collision between two objects will generate new, larger than two new objects. So here is the dynamic equation. I'm trying here to put it into different elements. One is natural decay. The second one is failure. The third one is resulting of the additional debris that are resulting from collision between satellites and debris. And this term is collecting everything related to debris, where we have collision between debris and themselves. This sigma is measuring lone satellites in stochastic process, because I want to simplify a little bit the model here. And h of t is the active debris removal. So h of t is a mean to reduce the number of debris floating. So this is, again, the equation written in full. What is the relationship between these dynamics and the Kessler syndrome? In fact, it's very easy to show that if y is larger than this number, it means that the process will diverge and we are hitting the so-called Kessler syndrome. So our model is accounting somehow for this Kessler syndrome. Extending to two constellations is relatively straightforward here, thanks to this assumption we are making, namely that collisions between satellites of the two constellations are avoided through just-in-time collision avoidance. So they can communicate between themselves and avoid such collision. Given this, the extension of the dynamics from one constellation to two constellations become more or less straightforward. You have to add indices where it's needed. So essentially, for each constellation now we have a decay term and the number of additional launches, and this is why t+1 is accounting properly of the number of debris due to the presence of the two constellations and due to the debris production. Now, what are we going to do with this debris? Here we are assuming that an international agency can take charge of it, and we are assigning a very, very specific objective to this agency, namely that we want to keep the debris constant at y0. So if you believe that this assumption makes sense, in this case, we can easily compute the number of debris removal that must be done at each period. And given that, now what we have is a dynamical system that is much simpler. One equation giving the evolution of the stock of satellite of each player, and the second one telling how much debris one should remove per period. Now, this omega is something that is not attributable to the two constellations, and of course, somebody has to take care of it in terms of the optimization problems. So now we have two firms. As I mentioned, I want to highlight the differences in behavior between non-cooperative mode of play and centralized mode of play or joint optimization. What we are going to make as an assumption here that there is a revenue function, and it depends on the stock of the two players, and it is concave. This is standard assumption, and there is a convex cost related to satellite launches. And there is a unit cost for removing debris. This unit cost is given by P, and the tax payment by each player is going to be the product of P multiplied by this tax function. We are proposing the following simple tax function here, namely that it's proportional to the stock plus a way of sharing the part that is not attributable to the two main players. So the objective of each player is simply to maximize a stream of profit over an infinite planning horizon. You have the function minus the launching cost minus the tax payment. So in the jargon of dynamic games, what we have is a two-player infinite horizon discrete time dynamic game. What we are going to do here is to assume that we have a mean frequency of collision events. Actually, we have stock for first player x1, x2, and tau. The product is giving the mean frequency of collision, and we are sharing the cost of just-in-time collision avoidance between the two players. So if the unit cost is pi I, and we are dividing it among the two players. Now, there are a few technical things going on here. I will spare you probably all the details by saying the following. What we have is a dynamic model of launching satellites, and we have strategic interactions. What we want to assess is what would happen if we consider different functional forms for the revenues and the cost. There is absolutely no way of getting qualitative insight if we keep everything general. So what we are doing in the paper is to consider different forms and to simply look at the robustness of the results that we can get. So what are we getting here? The main insight is that if you take the simplest model where the revenues are linear, we can determine the number of launches under joint optimization and Nash equilibrium. And in this way, we can compute the steady state. In fact, in a series of papers, the authors are talking about considering a static model, but having in mind a kind of steady state that can be achieved. Here, what we are doing is to computing the steady state explicitly and following a certain trajectories. So given this, now what we can do is to determine the ADR activities under joint optimization and Nash. And here, without any kind of surprise. Under decentralization, the number of debris that must be removed is much higher than in the case of centralization, simply because in the Nash equilibrium, no player is internalizing the cost on the other one. And what we can do, of course, after that is to compute the payoff functions. Why we are interested in the payoff functions? Because we want to check under what conditions these payoff functions can be positive depending on the value of the cost removal and also the tax that can be imposed. One comment here on the difference between cooperation and non-cooperation is, of course, cooperation is bringing a dividend, but what comes at a surprise here is that the difference is not big. In fact, this tau is a very, very small number, and which means that this difference is very small, which contrasts with the result that has been obtained in Bayal, Deschamps, and Moulin paper. Now, in terms of profitability, given that I was able to compute the payoffs, now what I can do is to check what should be the cost of debris removal such that some profits are left on the table. And what we are doing in the paper, I will spare you a lot of technical details here, that we can set an upper bound on what should be the cost in order for the operation to be profitable. And here again, the upper bound is more stringent under Nash than under cooperation. The other case that we are looking at is the strictly concave revenue function. Here, it's interesting that something like that can be interpreted in terms of Cournot competition and capacity. What are the main insights here are as before. We can determine the steady state values, we can determine the conditions under which ADR can be successful and the conditions under which profits are positive. Again, all the details are in the paper. So to answer our research questions, cooperation is good, but is not bringing that much. Second, yes, it is possible to develop a tax system that will enable to finance the ADR activities. What is done more in the paper also is to kind of robustify the debris taxation scheme by taking into account some unforeseen. The message is still the same. It is possible to determine the bounds under which the whole operation is profitable in terms of debris removal and profits to. One other issue that is discussed in the paper is instead of taxing debris removal, what about taxing satellite launch? Maybe it's easier to implement as an option, and what we are showing is that it can really be done. Some limitations. Maybe we should look at more details in terms of what exists already over there in terms of cleaning up. What can be done in terms of developing this international agency? And I think Bruno mentioned this problem that some firms may go bankrupt, and here has to be taken into account. And also there is another nuisance, light pollution in low orbit. This has been the topic of a paper in The Economist published 2 weeks ago. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, George. So It's 6 o'clock, so I don't have many time to discuss and to give questions and to give the possibility of the floor to ask questions. I have 2 questions. So you have limited analysis to the case of 2 constellations, and in fact, I think it should not be a problem, and it should be solvable, even if you go to any number of constellations, because it's linear. So is it the case?
In the case of linear revenues, yes, but not in the case of more general functional forms. What can be done in this case is to solve numerically, but qualitative insight.
And another clarification and question: instead of an international agency keeping the stock of debris constant, can we imagine in your model instead an equivalent rule where satellite operators have to compensate for the objects they put in orbit? Would it work?
This is what is done somehow here by taxing the stock, because the stock is related also to the production of debris. So there is somehow one-to-one correspondence between the stock and this creation of debris, modulo some simplifications, of course, but you can move from one to another in a certain way. Yes.
Okay. So thank you. We don't have time to take other questions, so we give the talk to Brendan. Sorry, I was announcing that you were the first presenter, and it was a mistake. So it's 6 o'clock, and you have 20 minutes for your presentation, and then 10 minutes for the questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope you can see my screen and my slides. It's a real pleasure to be able to join this community in this discussion. I'd like to thank Sebastian and his colleagues for arranging this venue. This is a very, very important topic. It's growing in importance at a very fast rate for a variety of reasons that we've already kind of touched upon in different presentations, including the emergence of constellations. So what I wanted to do in this talk, entitled The Orbital Commons, Taking Stock, which is in its joint work with Nadir Adilov and Peter Alexander. What I wanted to do in this talk is kind of try to make the situation in some ways visually more real, and also kind of give a sense of a little bit of the urgency with which we must start to address the sort of inefficiencies that are taking place in orbital space. And so I just want to talk about 4 overarching topics. The first is this subject of whether space is a commons, which was a topic we've already discussed a little bit today. The second is how commons can potentially be mismanaged and the losses associated with doing something like that. Some solutions to that issue, and we've seen a number of very innovative and important solutions discussed today, and it's great that we have those on the table. And then I want to just kind of wrap up with a conclusion, largely motivated by a paper that was the inspiration for this presentation, which is forthcoming in the journal Space Policy. So to begin with the subject of whether space is a commons, you know, I think probably as an economist, even asking this question is sort of like asking the question of whether the Earth is a sphere. It's almost true by definition. It's something that we know to be true, but apparently not everybody knows this to be true. So in 2018, there was a House resolution in the United States called the American Space Commerce Free Enterprise Act. And this did not actually get implemented into law, thankfully, but the proposal suggested that notwithstanding any other provision of law, outer space shall not be considered global commons. This was a few years ago, but step forward 2 years to 2020, and we see a somewhat similar pronouncement from the Executive Office of the President in April of 2020, saying Americans should have the right to engage in commercial exploration, recovery, and use of resources in outer space consistent with applicable law. Outer space is a unique domain, and the United States does not view it as a global commons. Like I said, fortunately, neither of these sort of claims, if you will, about space not being a commons have been formally adopted as law in the United States. But I just wanted to mention those two kind of proclamations to give some sense of sort of where people are in the policy world with respect to this question. So I wanted to start with sort of the economist's definition of what a commons is. And for economists, commons have two properties. The first is the resource has to be non-excludable, which means no one can prevent anyone else from using it. And the second is that the resource has to be rivalrous, which means that one person's use of the resource has the potential to impact the enjoyment of that resource by others. So if we kind of look at the evidence and some facts regarding these two features, if we turn to non-excludability, it's pretty clear that the only real barriers to using orbital space as a resource come from know-how or technology and financial constraints. This barrier is lowering. Nadir presented at least the evidence we've gathered recently pertaining to the financial costs associated with placing satellites in orbit. We now see the emergence of non-state launchers like SpaceX and Blue Origins. I honestly never thought I would see something like that in my lifetime. There are more state launchers, and I'd like to actually show a quick kind of piece of data about that. Here we can see the financial drivers causing the costs of launching to go down over time. And a lot of it has to do with engineering solutions and new forms of launching. But this is the data from Jones showing how the cost per kilogram has been decreasing. And the natural consequence of that is that we just have more players in space. So this is a dynamic bar chart rolling forward in time, showing the number of objects in space attributable to different launchers. You can see that in around 2000, it was largely the US, Russia, and the People's Republic of China that were responsible for the largest majority of material, man-made material in space. But we see a lot more emergence of additional players in recent years. France actually has been there since the 1960s, but Japan, the European Space Agency, India, we just see more and more people using this resource. And I'm going to argue that that's evidence that it is non-excludable, or at least increasingly non-excludable. The second feature we look for to see if a resource is actually a commons is whether that resource is rivalrous. Now, just a few weeks ago, Russia conducted an anti-satellite rocket test in which it shot down one of its own satellites in low Earth orbit. I'm not picking on Russia because there are a few countries that have done this, including the United States. But this is the most recent one, and I'd like to show you an animation of showing the implications of that launch. So the Cosmos 1408 is the Russian satellite. The second line here is the International Space Station. You can see this white line representing the anti-satellite missile launched from northern Russia. You see the explosion there and the cloud of debris that has been sort of simulated, by AGI. That cloud has passed in close proximity to the International Space Station multiple times now, creating a number of difficulties, which I'd like to talk about. One of these was that that NASA had to actually abandon a spacewalk that was scheduled due to the risk of debris passing through and potentially harming either the space station itself or the astronauts who are there. So this is clearly an example of rivalrous activity. One state did something which they believed was beneficial, shooting down one of their own satellites, but that impacted other actors in space, namely NASA and the astronauts who were on the International Space Station at the time. We also have the SpaceX constellation creating reflections and light pollution in low Earth orbit. This is harming astronomical science. There was this piece in The Economist titled "Farewell Darkness, My Old Friend." And you can see here that astronomers are wrestling with the sort of damage to their imagery of deep space caused by the SpaceX satellites crossing the path of their telescopes. So we definitely do have ample evidence that space satisfies these two criteria. It is both non-excludable and it is rivalrous. Now, when you have a commons, unregulated use almost always results in inefficiencies. Excuse me, and as has been described earlier, Don Kessler and Cor Palais in 1978 talked quite a bit about the issues revolving around debris creation, which we in our work tend to think of as a form of pollution. And our work dating from 2015 and 2018 suggests that space activity, launching of satellites will not address this creation of debris. In fact, it will create a level of debris that is inefficient. And those inefficiencies fall into three categories that I'd like to talk about today. The debris itself, what it takes to monitor the debris, and what it takes to avoid the debris. So let's start with the debris itself. Unfortunately, we're at the point now where we actually have to ask, has the Kessler syndrome already begun? In other words, are we already seeing collisional cascades at a somewhat low frequency in space? The first collisional cascade we think we saw took place in 2013, in which debris from a Chinese anti-satellite test struck a very small Russian satellite called the Blitz, and created yet a new piece of debris. And this is exactly what a collisional cascade is. It's debris begetting more debris, which begets still more debris. Just this past summer, a piece of debris dating from 1996, a Russian Zenit 2 piece of rocket debris, struck a Chinese satellite that was much more recently launched, the Yunhai 1-02. And Don Kessler's own take on what's happening in space comes to us from a quote in Scientific American in which he said, "The Kessler syndrome has already started." This is another animation of a debris strike, but in the interest of time, I'll just kind of move on. to the topic of monitoring costs. So in order to keep track of all of these objects flying around in space, we've almost arrived in a place where we have some high fidelity information about the trajectory of debris objects. We have early warning systems, and there has been investment in these systems, fortunately, to improve our performance. The United States has turned on something they refer to as the space fence in 2020. Unlike many government contracting programs, it actually came in under budget, but it's still a $1.5 billion investment. That's for increment 1 of the space fence, and more expenditures will be coming in the future. It tracks very small objects in space. That's the main improvement of this facility. But we also need to keep track of the fact that this is really a dual purpose facility. Much of our information about what's moving around in orbit is driven by national defense considerations because countries want to know if some of that stuff is coming in their direction, for self-defense purposes. And in some sense, this, what we know about degree and the warnings we're able to provide to different satellite operators are a public service, but it's an accidental public service in many ways. So monitoring costs are significant. The Space Fence facility is in the South Pacific. This is actually a satellite view of that facility. And like I said, it's a $1.5 billion project. The other cost is kind of an ongoing cost that satellite operators face, and it has to do with avoiding debris. Now, in a recent paper, Oltrogi and his co-authors, they look at 1 kilometer encounters in LEO, or I should say encounters between 2 objects that are closer than 1 kilometer. They found that in 2017, there were about 1,200 to 2,400 of these encounters per month, but in the most recent period, those encounters have radically increased to 4,000 to 6,000 per month. The authors claim that this results in more than doubling of the warnings regarding collisions. And one of the biggest risks here is that satellite operators will become somewhat numb to these warnings because they're receiving so many of them, and they won't act quickly enough. Even if they do act, they lose sort of operational time for their satellites in space because they have to burn fuel in order to reposition the satellites. And not acting has had consequences for the International Space Station. I don't think NASA was even aware that this piece of debris was coming their way, but on the ISS, the Canadarm was damaged by a piece of debris. Fortunately, I believe it was only the insulation on the arm that was damaged, but we're seeing that the risk is real and happening. All right, so what are some solutions? Well, I kind of think of the solutions as falling into 2 categories. The first category being informal and reactive, and the second being preventative. Now, because of the most recent anti-satellite launch by Russia, the general leading the newly formed US Space Force published an opinion piece suggesting that through diplomacy and actions by NATO, there might be voluntary steps that could be taken in order to address the emergence of debris as a real risk in orbit. Unfortunately, we've had these kinds of voluntary guidelines for decades now, and what we're seeing is that debris is increasing year in and year out despite voluntary measures. In fact, you could argue that these 4 anti-satellite rocket launches, which are basically known to create debris almost intentionally, they showed blatant disregard for voluntary measures. There is a very interesting program out of MIT in collaboration with NASA, in which they're building what they refer to as space sustainability ratings. The idea being that they can give a launcher like SpaceX, for example, a grade like A, B, C, or D, and then possibly those that are sort of conscious about sustainable use of space will only choose to launch with A-rated launchers. That would be another sort of informal and somewhat reactive solution to the problem. Another informal solution in some sense is abatement, technology that can be used to actually remove the objects that are orbiting Earth that we no longer need and that pose a risk. The major issue here is technological. We don't know exactly how to do this yet, but there are some very encouraging signs, such as on-orbit servicing. A number of companies, in this case, I have a video here from Lockheed Martin, are able to actually launch satellites that can navigate in close proximity and in great precision to other satellites in space and actually refuel them or repair them. If we can do things like that, that suggests that we're very close to technology that would allow maneuvering towards debris objects and manipulation of debris objects. The main issue here is that abatement is likely not nearly fast enough or enough in and of itself. And further, there's really no financial incentive for anyone to actually engage in this activity. And no one is paying anyone to pick up the trash. I will actually also skip over this video of on-orbit servicing, also in the interest of time, and talk about the preventative measures which we believe would go a long way towards addressing the debris problem. One of these is a launch tax. Launches are observable by basically everybody. There's no questioning who owns a particular rocket and who owes the tax. So we proposed that back in 2015. A somewhat similar proposal would involve an orbital use fee. Akhil Rao and his co-authors have convincingly argued for that and discuss how this actually increases the value of space industries. So those kinds of proposals are things that could go a long way towards addressing a risk that is here. There are more difficult options, such as tradable permits. Arguably, that would be the most efficient way to address orbital debris, or some of the explicit liability provisions we heard in earlier presentation, but both of those have certain complications. Okay, so if I could just conclude, what I talked about here is the fact that orbital inefficiency costs and risks are currently at a record high and growing. I guess, one of the kind of what we say is the canaries in the coal mine is the fact that satellite insurers are actually withdrawing from the market. In a recent piece, Gallagher stated that in July of 2019, a stalwart of the space underwriting community, Swiss Reinsurance, had ceased underwriting in the satellite industry. And in that paper, he estimates that in-orbit anomalies cost insurers an estimated $900 million. The business was just no longer profitable. This is yet another warning sign that what we're currently doing is not going to continue to work. And another thing we need to be cognizant of, and this is something we emphasize a great deal in our space policy paper, is the fact that climate research actually relies a great deal upon data from satellites. NASA lists 44 satellites under climate science missions, and on Google Scholar there are 302,000 papers that mention climate change and satellite data. When we put orbital space at risk for the Kessler syndrome or similar inefficiencies, we are also putting at risk our climate science research. And really, there's nothing more important than understanding what's happening with our climate and the things that can help us address climate change. It's not really possible to decouple the orbital debris problem from climate research. And so in our paper, we suggest that combining negotiations over climate and orbital debris may be a path forward to make progress in both areas. So thank you very much for your time, and I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Brendan. I wish to thank you because you give here a very good overview of what we've learned on the problem of debris proliferation in space. So you gave a presentation of the problem itself, the definition of common good. You also argued that the problem was in fact delayed because of technological and economic barriers at the beginning. But this is less and less true, and you gave some information that the problem is increasing and the problem of second-order debris is arriving. So we need to address these questions. Then you have given a very nice presentation of what are the costs that we will bear because of the proliferation of debris in space. And then you've given an overview of the solutions that economists can propose. And so I wish to thank you very much for this. I regret that your presentation was not earlier, because it should have been earlier before more technical papers, and sorry for that. I don't have questions, of course, because this is a paper, this is a survey, so I don't have a very interesting question about this. Maybe in the floor, or the presenters, maybe you have questions? No? Okay. So thank you very much. This closes the day, this first day of the academic conference, and I will give the talk to the announcement of tomorrow.
Merci Sébastien. Thank you a lot to all our lecturers. Merci à eux. On a fait un tour du monde aujourd'hui, cet après-midi, avec des intervenants de nombreux États américains, hein, du Massachusetts, État de New York, Indiana, Vermont, Connecticut, du Québec également, et puis bien sûr des universités françaises, Bordeaux, Toulouse et qu'est-ce que j'oublie, Bordeaux, Toulouse principalement, hein, je crois, voilà. Hein. Qui j'oublie? Paris, oui, je cherchais Paris. Je cherchais Paris, voilà. Je savais bien que j'en oubliais un. Voilà. Merci à eux. L'après-midi a été vraiment très instructif parce qu'on se rend compte, en abordant la problématique économique, que nos économistes, ceux qui sont intervenus, n'ont pas pu s'empêcher d'entrer dans le domaine de la stratégie, de la politique, du social, et puis peut-être pas de la technologie tout de suite, on verra ça demain, mais on comprend que tous ces paramètres sont intrinsèquement liés les uns aux autres, et c'est ce que nous allons faire demain, essayer de décortiquer un petit peu la façon dont justement ils ont un lien qui doit être étudié et qui va nous permettre, lorsqu'il le sera, de mieux comprendre quel est le modèle de transformation du spatial européen nous pourrions avoir sur notre continent et pour lequel Wave for Space pourrait être un facteur, je dirais, d'aide, de soutien, en tout cas pourrait apporter des idées en mesure de concrétiser ce modèle futur. Alors merci Sébastien Rouillon pour avoir mené à bien toute cet après-midi. Merci à vous, merci au Greta également, hein, auquel vous appartenez, le groupe de recherche économique, théorique appliquée de l'Université de Bordeaux. C'est toute votre équipe qui avait préparé et conduit cet après-midi, qui était essentiel et qui nous permet et qui va nous permettre demain d'entrer dans une logique plus large au sens des disciplines, puisque dès demain matin, 10h, nous aurons la première prise de parole et nous aborderons, après des interventions à caractère politique, justement la dimension stratégique. Quelles sont les mutations stratégiques que nous sommes obligés de prendre en compte pour rentrer dans cette transformation et concevoir cette transformation du modèle européen. Nous reviendrons sur l'économie en début d'après-midi. Et cette économie que nous aborderons demain après-midi sera un petit peu différente peut-être de celle d'aujourd'hui, puisqu'on questionnera des cas concrets. Hein, comment les États-Unis envisagent leur futur modèle spatial, s'ils n'ont pas déjà mis les pieds dedans. Comment la Chine, la Russie envisagent eux-mêmes la façon de concevoir le spatial du futur. Et ce benchmark important nous servira aussi pour mieux comprendre comment Way4Space peut intervenir. Et ça sera d'ailleurs la dernière séquence, la troisième séquence de la journée, la dernière du colloque et de la manifestation, qui sera justement de donner la parole à Way4Space, qui essaiera, sur la base des travaux conduits aujourd'hui et demain dans la journée, comment Way4Space peut intervenir, peut apporter ses solutions, son innovation technologique, mais aussi, je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, pluridisciplinaire, puisqu'on a bien compris que l'innovation dans le spatial ne pouvait pas se faire sans innovation juridique, sans innovation économique, sans innovation sociale peut-être aussi, je ne sais pas. Mais nous aborderons donc cette vision de Way4Space et je suis persuadé que ça intéressera tous ceux qui nous ont suivis aujourd'hui, que je remercie en présentiel, en distanciel, et au nom de tous nos partenaires de Way4Space, dont vous avez les noms qui apparaissent sur la droite de votre écran, partenaires institutionnels, partenaires industriels aussi, eh bien, nous vous remercions d'avoir assisté à cette première journée et nous vous donnons donc rendez-vous demain matin, 10h, pour le colloque de Way4Space, de NEXTSPACE 2021. Merci à vous et bonne soirée.